Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Ravenna, Kentucky. Actually, Irvine, Kentucky. I'm here with Chris Campbell, the president of Kentucky Steam, and today we are here on location for the 2023 Whistleblow. Chris, tell me a little bit about this event and what all we have planned for today.
Well, this is the third annual Whistleblow. This is the biggest and baddest of the three. We used to do it on Railroad Festival, which we have host every year in the early September. This is our first year that we've made it its own event, and it's a great event so far. It's really going well. So basically, what this is it's a sponsored event. So people from all over the area bring their whistles to blow on live steam. It's sponsored by RCAI, Railroadiana Collectors Association Incorporated, as well as a few other sponsors. We have People's Exchange Bank, Rail and Road Auctions, Scale Trains, Codell Construction, as well as Country Boy Brewing, who has got a beer tent here for the event. So it's a well-sponsored event and something that we've really developed throughout the 2.5-year history of this. Like I said, this is the first year that we've done it on our own for a standalone event, and so far it's been a really good setup. We've had have train rides going on, and then once the train rides are over, we'll have the locomotive come up to the whistle manifold. And for the uninitiated, what this whistleblow thing is people that collect whistles, steam whistles, don't ever get a chance to blow them. You don't get a chance to have high pressure steam to be able to hear what these whistles sound like. They're cool looking, but whistles their allure is their sound. So this is an opportunity for people from all across the region to bring their whistles that are in their collection and hear them on live steam. And it's a pretty cool event, and this is by far the biggest one of this type in the region this year. And every year we're trying to make it bigger and better. So we have food, we have beer, we have train rides. Our museum is open. That was recently opened by our volunteers that live in the area, and some of which are former railroaders. So we have a lot of things going on here. And the whistleblow itself will last several hours. There's a lot of whistles here. I haven't counted them yet, but it's a very impressive display of whistles all laid out over here on the table. And they will get a chance to be put on live steam and blown by their owners and other people that want to come up and hear what these whistles sound like. It's cool to have a setting like this for the whistles to be blown, because we're in a valley of a bunch of Appalachian hills, and man, it's crazy to hear these things blown because they echo at different intervals off of different hills, and it's a sensory experience that personally I didn't even expect when we first did this first one. Some of them will send chills down your spine. So we're really excited to be hosting this, and appreciate the RCAI for being the lead sponsor of this event, and we're looking forward to getting started.
Yeah, and we'll be talking to RCAI very shortly. And one of the things that I think is so cool about this event, this is a railroad town through and through. This town was built by the railroad, and the steam whistle was something that everyone was used to hearing every day for a good period, about 70 years, something like that. And over time, that sound has gone away. There's no through freight trains, no train horns today, other than what you hear on campus. So really being able to hear these whistles, and a lot of these locomotives were scrapped a long time ago that these whistles belong to. So this is truly an opportunity to hear the voice of these steam engines that otherwise have been silent for decades and decades and decades. So great event, great opportunity. And Chris, as I understand it, Kentucky Steam also had a huge announcement earlier this week. Could you tell us a little bit about that announcement and what it entails?
Oh yeah, Drayton, this has been a really big week for us. Obviously this event is exciting in itself, but we were awarded this past Wednesday from the governor a $1.9 million grant to develop this site and restore 2716, which is the locomotive that kind of started this whole operation. So the $1.9 million is going to go towards developing this property. And the fuel rack, which you may have seen if you've seen pictures of our facility, the fuel rack and the engine servicing facility that we purchased when we purchased this property in 2018, is 1980, 1990 vintage Eastern Kentucky Appalachian railroading, and we have the opportunity to to have the funds in the bank to restore that thing. So we're going to put track back in where there's no track anymore. We're going to put track over inspection pits. We're going to paint everything. We're going to make it look like it did in the mid-'80s, and there's not a whole lot of people out there preserving that era of American railroading, and we're excited to be able to be one of the leaders in doing that while we're restoring steam locomotives. So it's a really big grant that we're getting. The governor, Congressman Hal Rogers, our congressman here in this district, Andy Barr, as well as a whole lot of people in a lot of different places have made this possible and believes in our project as something that's really going to bring tourism to the area. And as you kind of talked about, railroading is just ingrained in this community over here, and because the coal industry isn't what it once was, the railroad no longer employs people here in the town. So us being able to reuse this old railroad facility for both railroad stuff and for tourism is really neat, and gives us an opportunity to develop a new economic base for this region, which is going to be based on tourism. So can't be more thrilled with the announcement that we got. It's great to be able to celebrate it here with the whistleblow, our first big event since we've done a lot of the work here. A lot of this area looks a lot different than it did even 2 months ago, and the people that haven't been on campus in a while will be really shocked to see how this thing is progressing, and it's great to be able to host cool events like the whistleblow, to be able to show off what we were doing and to bring people to town.
Absolutely, and as somebody who's been involved with this organization from the very beginning, to see, and it's just outside of frame, we might be able to show it later during the live stream, but to see that music venue here in person, it's something that we've talked about, that we've dreamed about for years on end, and to actually be able to see it, progress being made here on this site, is incredible, and it really truly is just the beginning. So really excited to be here today. Chris, thanks so much for having us today.
No problem. It's a pleasure to have you.
We'll be talking to Chris throughout the live stream, as well as some other folks from Kentucky Steam, but I'd like to introduce you to our next guest, Mr. Bo Brown. So Chris, if you don't mind swapping out with
Bye.
Bo, we'll talk to Chris a little bit later. Welcome, Bo.
Oh, thank you. Glad to be here.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
So this is a big day for RCAI,
Big day.
as it is with Kentucky Steam. So, RCAI, this event would absolutely be impossible without your organization. So, for those who are not familiar with Railroadiana and exactly what you guys do, could you kind of give everybody a rundown of who and what RCAI is?
I can. RCAI, which is Railroadiana Collectors Association. It's a national organization of like-minded people who collect, who seek out Railroadiana or railroad antiques. A lot of people don't understand Railroadiana, but if I say railroad antiques, we don't collect toy trains. We collect bells and whistles. Thus, that was the big thing with this. With the whistles being blown today, we felt like, what better organization than us to sponsor this?
Absolutely.
I mean, this is what we're all about. We're all about collecting and preserving and keeping this for next generation. You know, I've always said we're keepers of the past for everybody in the future. So that's our organization, and we publish a quarterly magazine about Railroadiana, and it will cover china, lanterns, bells, whistles, paper, anything that has to do with what the railroad used back in the day, and even current things, we collect and preserve. So that's our mission, is to get other people, again, like-minded people, to get into the hobby, to preserve this stuff, to save it for the next generation.
Absolutely, and if I'm not mistaken, RCAI puts on several events throughout the year. Is that correct?
We do. We do live streams via Zoom, and we have collectors, experts in the field of whatever it is, whether it be lanterns, whether it be whistles, builder's plates. We have those gentlemen or ladies do a Zoom presentation for our membership, and it also ends up on YouTube, so others, if you're not a member, you can still see it. But it talks about, in depth, a particular facet of the railroad. And we've been doing the Zoom programs now for 2 years. We've had some really good programs, and it's something that, again, our focus is Railroadiana, and educating people about the hobby.
Absolutely, and it's so important to be able to get younger generations
Absolutely.
involved. I know this is a big part of your outreach. What would you say is a good way for a young person to get involved in Railroadiana collecting?
Well, I mean, there's all facets of it. When I started collecting at 12 years old. Okay?
12.
12.
That's awesome.
And my grandfather worked for the railroad, gave me a few things, gave me a lantern and a dining car piece, and that's how I got started. But at 12 years old, I didn't have a lot of money. So I started collecting magazine ads.
Magazine ads.
Magazine
That's a great
ads
way,
from the
yeah.
railroad. Buttons are another thing. Pencils. All of the things. Back in the heyday of railroad, they put their name on everything, anything and everything. They put their name on. They did it so people wouldn't steal it.
Well,
and what did they do? They stole it.
Yeah. they didn't realize they were creating collector's
That's
items
it.
at the
That's
time.
it.
But yeah,
And so today, there's so many things out there, so many different things that you can collect. Passes. Employee passes where they could ride the train for free. They're from all railroads. And you don't have to, I mean, sure, there's some really high dollar passes, but you don't have to collect those. You can get started at an entry level. And again, our magazine, we've started a series of articles this year talking about what younger collectors can collect and it not break the bank. Do it on a budget.
And I think that's so important. I myself am a map guy. I love railroad maps. And I think my actual first Railroadiana piece was a Southern Railway map.
There you go.
And it was one of those small fold-out ones that, about the size of a pamphlet.
Oh, yeah.
And it's kind of evolved over time. I'm into model trains, as you guys know. One of our sponsors for the event this year is Scale Trains. That's where I work for my day job. So I often find it difficult to balance the model train side of the hobby and the collector side of the hobby. But maps have been a really good place for me because not only that, maps really are a tool in a lot of different ways. If you're a railroad history guy like myself, I love studying the history of railroads, and just to be able to see where they went, that's a really big deal for me. So I kind of went from that small pamphlet map to this beautiful wall-sized map that I was able to save up for over time, and it now hangs in my office. So really, you can start anywhere.
Anywhere.
And I think, if you want to learn about collecting, the best place to do it is check out RCAI. Now, what's your web address?
It's Well, make sure on this one.
Yeah, let's make sure we get it right.
Let's make sure on this. I don't want to send you to the wrong place. It's www.railroadcollectors.org.
There you go.
So,
railroadcollectors.org. And I wanted to ask you, what is your personal favorite piece that you've seen come to market over the last few years? Whether it be in your collection or maybe something that you saw at an auction that you guys were involved in.
wow. There's been, that's a tough question because in the last 5 years, there has been so many things come to auction. It just blow you away kind of things. My favorite thing that I came, and I ended up buying it, and to some people it wouldn't be that great, but at an auction in Pennsylvania, there was a set of lanterns, and they were copper plated. They were caboose or passenger car marker lamps for the end of the train, and they were copper plated. Nobody in the auction really knew what they were, but they were copper plated in Spartanburg, South Carolina at Southern Railway's Hayne Car Shop.
Oh, wow.
And they were for business cars, and my grandfather worked at that shop.
Wow.
And I remember them as a kid, so to me that was just one of the best things around. Thankfully they didn't break the bank, but there's been some really nice stuff of late. My gosh, if you're not here, and I'm hoping that they do, and you can find it, but pictures of some of these whistles, the whistles that we have here today, I have a few, a lot of nice collectors, but this is the history of steam railroading in whistles. The entire country, every major railroad that was back in the day is represented here with whistles. This is going to be a fantastic event. I'm glad that RCAI sponsored this event. I hope we sponsor it in the future, because this is proof of what we're trying to teach through our magazines that collect this stuff. This is history.
It is.
This is great history.
Well, it's living history,
It
and
is.
the thing that's cool about it is it's something that it's an activity. It's not just a piece that sits
Right.
on a shelf that you stare at and think about every day. You know, I have pieces in my collection. I have a friend of mine that has several train horns in his collection, and you know, he never really gets to enjoy them or experience
Right.
them. And you know, if it works out, every now and then a museum will let him put his horn on a locomotive, but otherwise it just sits on a shelf all the time. And events like this really allow you to be able to enjoy your piece and your collection, but also it's a great learning experience. I mean, if you look at this table behind us, and I'm going to change the camera over here just so people can kind of see the setup behind us. There's, how many whistles would you say are here today,
I think
Bo?
it's right at 60.
Unbelievable. And most of these whistles are from steam locomotives that simply don't exist anymore. You know, there's a lot of steam locomotives in preservation, but there are Southern Railway PS4 whistles on that table over there,
That happens to be mine.
which is pretty cool. You've got a PS4
Yeah,
whistle?
that's mine on the table.
That's awesome.
So and the beauty of this is, and thanks to Kentucky Steam, because nobody else does this. No one has this opportunity for all of us guys who collect these steam whistles to blow them. Kentucky Steam has made it possible for us to hear whistles that we've had for years and never been able to blow them.
Well, and the thing that I think is really cool too is that there's an actual steam locomotive.
That's
here.
it. That's it. It's a steam, man.
Yeah. And you're gonna see that locomotive here pretty soon. I know Wade's given us a nice pan shot, so you can see a lot of these whistles on the table here. But you'll be seeing, I can't remember, is it Jetto Coal? Is that the one they've got here today?
Yeah.
Jetto Coal 85 is the steam engine that they have here. Barney Gramling brought that locomotive in, and it's kind of been a star here for the last several years. And we're so thankful to have the Gramlings here and involved in the organization. And it's just a really neat setup every year to be seeing a real life steam locomotive and blowing multiple whistles.
That's it. Live steam.
Absolutely.
Live steam off a real steam locomotive.
Absolutely.
So not a tractor.
Not a
a
tractor.
locomotive.
And we have people from all over the United States that are here
do.
for this. We have a gentleman from New York, actually, that I spoke to the other day from Long Island. And what I think is really cool is he's not a railroad guy. He actually found out about this organization from an event on Facebook, and he's into motorcycles and travels and all over the country, and he saw this event and thought, wow, that sounds interesting. I'm
cool.
going to check it out. So this is really his first exposure to the world of railroading, and what better event to come to. So I'm just blown away that we're able to reach people like that.
Yeah, I mean, these whistles are alive.
Alive.
When you put them on steam, they're alive. And I think the Pennsylvania retired their last locomotive in 1959. N&W went a little bit longer, so you know there's not been a steam locomotive other than tourist attraction. 60 years, 70 years.
Yeah.
So it's just this is my third year here. I'll be here for the fourth. So
what was your
great
first
time.
impression the first year that you came here? What did you think of the campus overall?
When we first came, there was a lot of work that they needed to do, and it was a daunting task. I know a couple of weeks ago, I happened to see a picture that Kentucky Steam did, and when I saw it, I sent Chad Harpole a text, and I said, Chad, how many millions of tons of gravel have you put down at Kentucky Steam? They have changed this, and it is unbelievable, the transformation that's taking place here.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, since we've been talking about steam locomotives, here's the steam locomotive. We're going to change the camera angle so that you can actually see the steam engine arriving here on location. So we're excited. whistleblow is going to start very soon.
It's soon.
Very
It's
soon.
Yes, we're ready.
Well, Bo, thanks
Yes,
so much
sir.
for sitting down with
Enjoyed
us
it.
and talking to us
Well,
today.
glad-
We'll talk with you later today,
Okay.
too. We'll
Well,
have you back on.
Glad you're here.
Thank you.
All right,
that
man.
means a lot.
Thank you.
That means a lot. Well, there you go, guys. There's Jetto Coal number 85 arriving in the background, and it is going to be the source of steam today. We're really excited about it. You can hear all the kids scared to death in the background. Well, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to all of our live viewers. Appreciate you guys tuning in today. We're going to be live for the vast majority of today. We've got some exciting things planned. There is going to be an intermission, I believe at 6 o'clock. So at 6 o'clock, we'll be playing some clips from a very special video on the Eastern Kentucky Division. Some never-before-seen footage that we're really excited to share. So, as you can see, there's the steam locomotive. I wanted to ask everybody, where are you watching from? We've got 70 viewers right now. Where are y'all tuning in from? Robert Lay says, I've collected employee timetables from all roads when I was younger. I had every employee timetable from the Southern Pacific, the one single system employee from UP, and a BC Rail timetable among my collection. That is very cool. We got some folks just tuning in to the live stream. See if I can get some of your comments up here on the screen so that other people can read them. Of course, we've got Atlanta Railfan Productions from Alpharetta, Georgia, tuning in. We have a viewer from Australia, Gainesville, Texas, New Jersey. The Cincinnatian says, take a guess. Yeah, wonder where you're from. We got a viewer from Rocky Face, Georgia, Cape Coral, or Cape Coral, Little Rock. How about that? That is so cool. Wow, we got viewers from Canada. We are live, yes.
Well, hello, YouTube world. I don't know if can they see us?
They can't, you gotta kind of get down like this.
Well, hello, YouTube.
There you go. Introduce
Yay.
yourself.
Huh?
Introduce yourself.
All right. Hi there, folks. I'm Christian Rector, and I'm a volunteer and member down here at Kentucky Steam. And I also have a YouTube channel called The Rector Railroad. Go check it out. And also, if you haven't subscribed to this guy yet, please do so.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Christian's been a volunteer for several years now, and if you're a Minecraft fan, he has essentially created the campus here of Kentucky Steam entirely on Minecraft. It's amazing, and he's even done the music venue that's just out of sight. We might be able to show some renderings of that later today.
Yeah, if you want me to and everything, I can show off some of that.
Yeah, well, probably not right now, but maybe later today.
All right, sounds good.
We'll see what we can do later today. I got a few more intros that I got to make. So.
All right, sounds good.
But yeah, so we've got a few more comments coming in here. Let's see. Kiera Cameron is asking, was that steam locomotive used for logging? We'll go back to the view there of Flagpole 75. I am not 100% sure, actually. I don't think it was used for logging in any capacity. We'll have Barney come on later and have him give a history of the engine. We've got a viewer from Grass Lake, Michigan, my hometown. How about that? Mike. Sorry if I blew your ears out there, everybody. Wasn't trying to do that. Hey, Chad, we're ready for you. All right. The event, the whistleblow itself, starts in 15 minutes. So we'll be showing off all the various different whistles here in about 15 minutes. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, the Kentucky Steam Heritage Corporation was founded in 2015. I remember the very beginning of this organization. I was one of the very first people that ever was to know of Chris Campbell's idea for restoring the 2716. And here's my good friend, Michael Arnold. If you want to set that right here, Mike, so that way we don't show it off just yet. I'll actually prop it up here against this chair. Yep, I got it.
Oh, I like these little dead kittens you got here, man.
Yes, they make a big difference.
They're cute.
But as I was saying, it's amazing to see what the organization has evolved into, and from an idea that was started in Chris's basement to what it's become today. It's just absolutely incredible. So I want to introduce everyone here to my good friend Mike Arnold. Mike is the founder of Bespoke Rail, and his wife Emily is here too. We'll probably end up talking to her a little bit later. She's manning their booth right now.
Yeah, she is.
Mike, tell us a little bit about Bespoke and who you guys are and what you guys do.
Yeah, so Bespoke Rail is, again, just like Kentucky Steam in a way. It's something that Emily and I decided to start out of our basement. We noticed that there was kind of a gap in the market for like real, true, high quality drinkware and other items such as the signs we make, things like that. So we just kind of wanted to essentially put our spin on the classic 30-ounce tumbler, among other things.
And you have some of them here.
We do have some here, yeah.
Why don't you show the camera some of the tumblers that you have on the table right here?
Yeah, sure. So got fingerprints on them because people have been handling them, but the first one, and Chad has been incredible in helping facilitate all of this.
Chad is definitely a Chad.
Yes.
100%.
So this was kind of his brainchild. We worked on these together. But the first one's a 2716 cup. We're going to go ahead and add this guy to our Heritage Steam Tumbler line. We've got lots of these on the website now, just in general, in terms of steam engines that are restored or being restored. And then we also have a special one for the event today, and these are only available here at the event for the 3rd annual whistleblow that we're currently attending.
So Mike, if you could kind of describe the process behind making these tumblers. As I understand, they're all handmade.
Yeah, well, to an extent, obviously. So when we buy the cups, they come in, they're bare stainless. I paint all these in a paint booth that I've made in my house downstairs. So they all get hand painted, and the graphics are cut on vinyl. Sometimes if there's multiple colors, they need to be stacked to get the logo to look the way it does. After that happens, Emily, bless her soul, she epoxies all of these. So
thank God for our wives.
Yes,
we would not be able to do what we do without them.
Correct.
And
yes.
And I can say that Emily is just as involved in this whole process as Mike is.
Oh yeah.
And I know it's means the world to you to have her support.
Yeah, Bespoke Rail, we've been doing this for 18 months now. We would not still be here doing what we're doing if it wasn't for her support and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Mike, what kind of inspired you to come up with Bespoke? What led you to this point? Because I know it's been an interesting journey for you over the last year or so.
I think really just I've always been fascinated with older railroads, more so than what's around now. Trains are cool, but there's just a certain style to the artwork and the advertisements and the marketing that railroads of the past used to use with all of their slogans and logos. And advertising on billboard boxcars, that kind of thing. It's just not. It's not the same as it used to be, and we wanted to find a way to help preserve that heritage through our products. So, you know, if your grandfather worked for the Santa Fe and you wanted to have a Santa Fe shock control tumbler to help kind of live that memory on of him and just promote that heritage, that's kind of where we're at, you know.
And one of the things that I really like about Bespoke is it's not just the logo. You know, anybody can do the logo, but it's taking that extra step to put additional logans and slogans, and I said logans.
You did.
I just made up a new word, logans. That's technically, I mean, that's a Santa Fe logo.
It is, yes.
But you guys go the extra mile to, I mean, if you look at that cup from this side as a Santa Fe fan, you know that this is a Santa Fe cup. But not everybody is going to know that. They're going to recognize this logo. The general person probably will, but the super fan is going to recognize this.
Right.
And going that extra mile is something that people really appreciate. I know that I do. You know, and since we're both here and we're both wearing some Santa Fe hoodies today, and of course we've got the matching tumbler to go with it.
Yes.
What are these hoodies all about?
These hoodies, there's a gentleman named Cody who lives in Tennessee. And
Can you guys hang on for just a second while I make an announcement?
We're going to make it a special announcement.
Everybody, we've added 2 train rides, so if anybody's interested in riding the train at 3:30 or 4, you can go down the ticket area, which is inside the car shop, and then shortly we're going to move the ticket area back up here to our merchandise tent. So if anybody's interested in riding the train, $5, $10 for the caboose, 2 more trips, 3:30, 4 o'clock. Get them while they're hot. There's only a few left for the 3:30. Thank you.
All right, so back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago. We both are wearing these Santa Fe hoodies.
Yes.
Of course, we got the matching tumbler to go with it.
yes.
What's the story behind these hoodies?
Okay, so if you haven't seen him on Instagram, he goes by the name of Deep Fried Archives. This is a passion project for him. These hoodies, they're made with film images he shot on a 35mm film camera. Had the film developed, he digitized these images, and from there, basically, he screen printed all these out of his house. That's his whole thing, man. It's incredible stuff. It's high quality too.
Well, and you know, we're both small business owners. We both really would not be where we are today without help from other people. And Cody, the guy behind Deep Fried, is someone who's really trying to get his business off the ground, and I know that Mike and I really appreciate high quality items.
Yes.
These hoodies are as high quality as it gets. They're very soft, and that's one thing that I really like about it. You know, in certain hoodies too, if they're too light, they don't keep you warm. If they're too heavy, they just feel uncomfortable. But these hoodies are really a perfect mix. They're not 50-50 either, by the way, but they are a perfect mix.
Yep.
And they're comfortable, they look cool, and Mike, if you don't mind, show them the back of yours real quick. You gotta kind of bend down just a little bit. There you go. Check it out. Shock control cup and shock control hoodie. How about that? So
yeah, so I don't know, they're both off of freight cars, well, a caboose and a box car that he shot traveling out west. So
and these tumblers, other thing I wanted to say about Bespoke's tumblers, as they go fantastic with the official beer for the event today. Country Boy Brewing, they're off camera right now, but they are our official beer sponsor for the event. Yeah, we'll have Wade point the camera around to show you the Country Boy tent.
I really wish Country Boy distributed to St. Louis because it is really good beer.
It's phenomenal beer. Country Boy was founded a few years ago, I want to say about 10 years ago, in Georgetown, Kentucky, by a guy by the name of D.H. And he was an English teacher in Japan, and he was inspired by a lot of the microbreweries over there and decided he wanted to try to do something like that here in Kentucky. The steam locomotive is making a lot of noise. And, hey, Country Boy! There you go. We're making sure they get their 10 seconds of fame.
Cheers.
Cheers. That's right. Yep. So it was founded, like I said, about 10 years ago by a guy who was a English teacher in Japan, and he was inspired by a lot of their microbreweries and wanted to do something here in Kentucky, made some home brews for his friends, and they thought it was great and told him he should start his own business, and that's exactly what he did. Now Country Boy has become a regional favorite here in the Bluegrass State, and let me tell you, it is a favorite among us. So if you have a nice cold one and you're a slow drinker like myself, also same thing with coffee. I know we're alike in this.
Yeah, it'd take me like 3 hours to drink coffee.
Yeah, I don't know why, it just takes me a while, but if you're a slow beer drinker and you want it to be cold for hours, this is the answer right here. So shout out to Country Boy. Thank you for being a sponsor of the event. And that is good stuff. So Mike, where are you guys from?
We're from St. Louis, western suburbs of St. Louis. So.
And what got you into trains? That's the $1 million question.
It's strange because we've had this discussion in the past. Really directly, nobody in my family is into trains like I am. So I just never kind of grew out of that stage of liking trains as a kid. I just think they are cool and they're still cool.
I think the best way that I can describe it is we're kids who have never really grown out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
And these events are really what brings the kid out in everyone, and that's one of my favorite things about it. So
absolutely.
Later on today, we're going to have a special presentation from Bespoke to Kentucky Steam. We're going to wait for Chad. I think he's getting ready right now for the whistle blow itself. So I'm going to change the camera back over to the locomotive so you guys can get a nice view of the shop and the little tank engine. And we'll be talking to Chad shortly just before the event gets off the ground. So Mike, when Chad comes back, make your way over here and we'll do that presentation.
Okay, that sounds fantastic, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, love being here.
All right. So let's see what we got in our comment section.
You want to lean that up there? Don't lean that up right there? You want to hold on?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look out for it.
All right, sounds good. All right. Wade, they were saying that this one was a little quiet. Yes, this is definitely going to be a great Saturday. And the live stream for the actual whistle blow is going to start very soon. Just a few more minutes before we get started. We're really excited.
All right, just a couple of announcements. Obviously, the whistles are going on. We highly encourage everyone to have earplugs. We have them available over here if you don't have any already. It gets incredibly loud. I cannot emphasize how loud it will get. As we blow the whistles, you are welcome to roam around the property. A lot of times these whistles sound a lot better when you're away from them, so feel free to go north. We are going to offer train rides due to the popularity of train rides today. If you want to ride south to go hear the whistles get blown, feel free to do so. We'll announce each whistle as it gets blown, so you'll know the whistle and the heritage. And then the other thing I want to announce and say is that this is key to audience participation. So what we ask is that everyone allow the owner of the whistle, if they choose to blow the whistle for the first time, and then after that we open it up to the public, including all of you kids out there that want to know what it's like to pull a real live steam locomotive whistle on steam. So Again, I can't thank everybody for coming out today. We're going to do this for a couple of hours, and then we're going to take a supper break for about an hour, and then we're going to come back and blow them into the night. Again, please check out our vendors. We've got Country Boy, and we've got Lib's Smoke Shack back there, and the beer cheeseburger is all over me, but it's delicious. And check out the rest of our vendors. For those of you that want to see a whistle get blown and forget which one it is, Drayton Blackgrove will be live streaming the event on YouTube. It's going to be viewed all over the world tonight, and we appreciate Drayton and everything he's done. So with that, this is a casual event, folks. We want everybody to enjoy it. Again, thank you all, and we'll have some whistles blowing here in just a few minutes.
Have 2-3 minutes for a special presentation. Yes. All right. If you don't mind sitting down for a second, we can do that. We'll have you sit down here. And then, Mike, if you want to sit here. Hi, Chad.
Hey, Mike.
How's it going?
It's going good.
Go
All right,
ahead.
everyone. Real quick, we have a special presentation from Bespoke Rail, one of our sponsors for the event today. They've got that awesome booth set up over there with a lot of amazing railroad collectibles, and they've brought something really special here for Kentucky Steam today.
Yeah, so Emily and I really appreciate you guys inviting us to come out. So we thought, what better way to commemorate us being able to come out here and support you guys in your mission to get all of this stuff rolling the way it has been going the last couple of years than get you guys a 3rd annual whistleblow sign.
Oh, that is awesome.
So, yeah, as the little plaque down here says, in the name of preservation.
Well, thank you,
So,
Mike.
yeah.
And thank you, Emily. We really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And we will definitely have this on display up at our museum, up at the shop. So I know
Yes.
Roger and those guys will find a prominent place for it. So,
Yes,
so thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate your all's participation
Appreciate
and
you
coming
guys
down
inviting us
today.
out.
So,
So,
thank
means
you,
a
buddy.
ton.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And check out those tumblers. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, they are. Yep.
Put
Yep.
some of Kentucky's finest in a little mixer in there. So
Oh, yes.
it'll keep it cold.
Regularly. Absolutely.
Thanks, buddy.
Awesome. Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
All right. Thank you, Mike. All right, guys. We're back. Swap this camera over here. Got so much going on today. Forgive us if we leave the lower thirds on. I'm trying to be a switchman, an announcer, a live stream broadcaster, all in one. So a lot going on here today, but we're very, very happy to have everything rolling smoothly here in Ravenna, Kentucky. Irvine, Ravenna. It's really 2 towns into one. Also, I wanted to say real quick, my awesome laptop sticker here is also a Bespoke product. So you're going to want to check out their website. Just Google them, Bespoke Rail, and you can get some really great items, including this awesome Metra 210 sticker. I think my wife would murder me if I actually put that on our vehicle. So I'm not going to do that, but it looks cool on the laptop at least. So we should be getting started here shortly, and there's a variety of whistles here today, and I can't wait to hear all of them. They're going to be fantastic. Do you want to get the remote? Do you want to get the remote camera soon? Plug it into where? Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm going to go and get some earplugs. Hey, Mike, grab some for Wade, too.
Oh, I've got earmuffs here.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, everybody. How's our audio doing? We doing pretty good with the audio here? Now, we had some folks saying earlier it was a little quiet for Mike. We got 93 viewers. If you haven't done it yet, make sure you smash that like button. It really helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. The more people that like this video, the more YouTube will suggest it to folks who aren't subscribed to the channel that might like the stream. Good audio. Everyone's saying everything sounds good. That's great. Excellent. Thank you very much for that feedback. Kel61 says, I wonder how much coal they will burn today. Would it be the same as a normal running day or less? Probably less, just simply because they're not moving back and forth. So, Kiera, you can buy one of the Santa Fe hoodies. I'm going to post the link in the chat description here. That way you can pre-order one. These hoodies are custom made, hand screen printed, so you're definitely going to want to pre-order one. They're only doing a limited run. So if you
Monday.
Till Monday, yes, you have until Monday. And thank you for the earplugs.
Thank you.
We're definitely going to need them today. But yes, you can buy the hoodies online. Just use that link that I just left in the video description to help our buddy Cody out. We have 94 viewers right now. We have 67 likes. Let's see if we can get over 100 likes here. A lot of exciting activity going on right now. We've got the steamed corn being set up right now. It's always so popular. They actually are cooking corn, locally grown corn on the cob, using steam from Jetto coal number 85. That is a good question. I'm not sure if they ship to Australia or not. But you could send them an email. I'm sure they would work something out to where that they could ship to Australia. I believe that they can ship the tumblers to Australia as well. They're not here to answer for me, but just send them an email. Check out Bespoke Rail. Bespoke Rail, and they will have those available. Well, you could possibly do that, but it's not as practical or economical to cook them inside the steam locomotive. So, Ben Still Draws was asking why not cook them inside the 85, and that's primarily the reason why. So Atlanta Railfan Productions asks, what are the details that they will give out before blowing the whistle? They'll tell you who the owner is and what the whistle originally went on, the type of locomotive it originally went on. So they'll have all that information. Chad will be joining me here for the live stream, and we'll be able to go over those details soon. So let's check out some of these other comments that we have coming in here. Guys, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without your support, so consider making a contribution via Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, or Super Chat. You can click the links in the video description to support what we do. It costs a lot of money and a lot of time to do these live streams and also making these high quality railroad videos. So if you want to support our channel, consider doing that by clicking the links in the video description. It really helps us out a lot. Look at that. That is a gigantic whistle. Unbelievable. It's amazing to see all the different whistles that they have here. Somebody said the coal gives the locomotives that popcorn smoky flavor. I like that. Miles Spear says, howdy from Ravenna, Ohio. How about that? There are some Union Pacific whistles here today. Last year they had some big boy whistles, Challenger whistles, and I think FEF whistles as well. Atlanta Railfan Production says that he is going to be making a log of all of the whistles. Cassie, you should sit down and talk about Kentucky Steam.
Oh, should I?
Join the party.
Oh gosh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't have a title card for you, but I will introduce you. Let me switch the view over here so that everyone can see you. So, hello everyone. This is Cassie Bodorf.
Hello.
And she lives here in Estill County and is on our board, right?
I am the treasurer, the event coordinator, the retail manager. I dabble in helping with volunteers and the memberships, and I wear too many hats.
And today she is a head of corn.
I have been wearing a corn costume today.
Yes, and primarily running around promoting the I lost the sign, and they just fell off the side of the thing. The steam cooked corn.
Yes.
So pretty cool. Cassie, how did you find out about this organization, and what were your first thoughts of it?
Well, the first time that I had any exposure to Kentucky Steam, it was when you showed up in my living room.
I do remember that.
Yes. So we had. Oh, they're making loud noises. There is another locomotive that is out of view here, the Southern Caboose that we have in the shop that got pulled out of somebody's yard. My husband went to go and help with that in the dead of winter, and I said, you have fun going and playing with your train things. And after that, you and Jason and Brian, I think,
So you'd never heard of it up until that
no,
point?
I had never really heard of it other than him wanting to go and get involved with the this train organization that showed up in our backyard. And I said, okay, you go have fun with that. And you guys came over that night and we got to talking, and I said, well, this sounds like a great organization. Do you need help with any retail? And it went from me helping out with retail to being the treasurer and in charge of all the money.
Hey Wade, just so you know, that camera went offline.
No, just on.
Oh, okay.
This should be on there.
Okay, cool. It is. Yep. It's a nice shot of the ground right now. There we go. So Wade has a handheld camera that he's going to be getting some shots of the whistles here. If you want to get some close-up views. Okay. Wade is making sure that all of our audio levels are good. Well, Cassie, I did not realize that was the first time that you'd heard of Kentucky Steam.
It was.
We're going to talk to Cassie later. Chad has to make some
The
announcements.
microphone.
The mic should be down on the ground
it's
somewhere.
There attached to that.
Okay.
Yep. Oh.
All right, so Chad is going to join. Hey, buddy.
All right, everybody. Glad to be here. This is going to be the last warning for ear protection. Last warning for ear protection. All right, Jameson, are we good to go? We're good to go. All right, so it is traditional at the Kentucky Steam Whistleblow. Again, this is the third year in a row that we start with an L&N whistle, and on number 2 is an L&N Freight 3-chime whistle. So this is a whistle that would have been heard here in Ravenna every single day that steam locomotives were running. And as we go through the whistles here, I'll try to announce each one. As long as our numbers stay in place, they might melt away. So with that, Philip Johnson's son is going to take the reins here, and we're going to start with the L&N 3-chime. And it's tough because you're working against the steam. whistleblow is off to a start, folks.
Hot.
All right, I'll announce it. On the far left, marked L, is a Florida East Coast 3-chime. On number 1, we have an 8-inch Crosby. That's going to shake the ground. Of course, 2 is the L&N. On 3, we have a 10-inch Luckenheimer that belongs to Philip Johnson, just mentioned. That is actually off the Delta Queen riverboat. On number 4, we've got a Central of Georgia 5-chime whistle. If you're old enough like me to remember the movie Fry Green Tomatoes, this is the whistle that the steam locomotive wore in that movie. Number 5 is a 3-chime whistle, early Southern whistle that actually was off the Kentucky and Tennessee number 10 Mikado, which is now at Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum. On number 6, we've got a Baldwin 3-chime. On number 7, we have a 5-inch Luckenheimer. On number 8, everybody knows Norfolk and Western number 611. This is a Hancock 3-chime off of a Class J belonging to Tim Hensley, former vice president for CSX. And then finally on number 9, we've got a 3-chime Crosby belonging to Bo and Brenda Brown from outside Greenville, South Carolina. So we'll kick it off from there, and again, we'll try to announce them and remind you all as we go along. So let's go. Not everybody at once. The walk of shame. The good news is it's his own whistle and his own knot. Just imagine if anybody's been to Key West and across the bridge, that coming across the Florida Keys and hearing that sound, that's what you would have heard from the Florida East Coast Railroad in the Flagler system. All right, Bo. Bo Brown on his Southern Crosby. Little known fact, Southern Railway would copy the Crosby whistle and later get sued by Crosby. So that's why Southern Freight 3-chimes sound the way they do. Let's blow one of the big boys and shake the earth here a little bit. Philip, why don't you get up and give a little toot on the Delta Queen there? I feel like we need a riverboat song back here. Everybody, you're going to feel this one. You're not going to hear it before you feel it. Everybody take a drink to that. That is fantastic. Philip, thanks for bringing it down. So a little brief explanation on how whistles work. If you notice, the sound on that L&M whistle was a little crisper than the first time. As whistles heat up and expand, they get crisper, sound a little bit better. And here we got Tim Hensley coming up. And while we're waiting to switch the cord out, just want to announce there is one more train ride going to occur. If you're still wanting to ride the train, there's time. All right, so Tim is hooked up to his N&W J whistle. Tim lives in beautiful Canova, West Virginia. All right, kids, anybody wants to go up and blow a whistle, feel free to go right ahead. And adults.
Is this coming through?
It's coming through, but it shows the date and sport mode on it.
All right, we've got a youngster on the FEC whistle first off. Someone might have to provide him some assistance. All right, we'll start with number 1. Peaches, how we doing up there, buddy? Can you hear? Central of Georgia 5 chime. That one hadn't been blown yet. All right, this is the last call for the train ride. If you want to ride the train, now's the time. After that, the train crew's going off duty and probably going to be at the Country Boy trailer. You can meet up with them. Next year, we're going to get an audiologist to sponsor this. All right, we're going to take a couple more minutes on this round, then we'll swap out. All right, guys, last call on this round. Last call on this round. All right, everybody, we're going to swap some whistles out. If you have a whistle that's ready to go with the 2-inch adapter, come on up. We'll get them lined up. In our brief period, a reminder, the restrooms are behind the steam engine here. The museum is open. Everybody go visit Roger. Please visit our wonderful vendors that are here today. Roger's over here making popcorn on behalf of the museum. We've got corn for sale. We want to thank the rest of our sponsors, the Railroadiana Collectors Association, People's Exchange Bank, Codell Construction, Rail and Road Auctions. Derek's here with us today. Scale Trains, I guess we'll count Drayton being the Scale Trains representative. Our wonderful beer sponsor, Country Boy. The beer is cold and flowing. Thank Bo and Brenda, my wonderful wife, Brandy, and Sulis Auctions.
One thing we want to establish is a photo line. We're trying to make sure that everyone online is able to view the whistles as well. So if you're not in line to blow a whistle, if you could maintain a photo line where this row of chairs are up to where the camera and tripod are, because that way people can see the whistles being blown online. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. That's you, isn't it? I can't wait for him. Yeah, bring back the ghost of the Intermission. I can't wait for him.
I'm definitely going to blow that big intermission. I'm going to blow it as much as
I will. And please do the same for me because I'm going to.
me free.
Dude, that Kate's going to be really pissed he didn't show up. And they'll, oh yeah, you know Justin's going to be foaming tomorrow when we tell him we got to blow it. Hey Justin, this is what we got to do. He's like, what? We got to blow it everywhere. I'm like, what? And, oh yeah, Kurt, you know, Kate's going to be like, he's like, what? There's an amber whistle there? It's like, yeah. Oh, he's going to be pissed. He's going to be pissed.
Whatever the first. You always have that one guy who's going to be like,
Yeah, and this was the year he was going to be like, oh. Yeah. Yeah, you know, well, that's what we have to for him. That's your own fault. Yeah. Yeah, it's for girls. We got a drink. Yeah. There are women. Yeah. I mean, pretty fun. He's not wrong. Yeah. Right. We did that when we had a whole good group of friends. A bunch of rest shit. Yeah, man, a bunch of people. Tracy's the attitude. I didn't want to surprise you. You wouldn't know any different. It's like the joke. Never heard it. He's never heard it. Never? Yeah, the last one. We found out. Not quite. Hey, new friends, new great memories of sequence. Oh yeah, that guy. He will complain about that. Oh, that's why. So, apparently, long story short, that is, basically he brought their meat. Probably from here to one of those legs.
okay. Yeah, and you're going to want to keep it high.
Or maybe we could try to run it to one of the wheels.
Hey, Henry.
Dad, guess what?
Hang on.
We got.
Hang on. What part of hang on didn't register?
How's it going?
Dad, can I tell you something?
Yep, that's going to take it with. Hey, it's going to pull this over.
We can get a time plate.
Okay. Yeah. Hang on.
There's some tie plates.
Yeah. Where are they?
There's some tie plates over by. If you go through the shop, there's tie plates. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, perfect. There we go. That'll work.
Man lift. We got the above. That's a good start.
Alright, great. Thank you. Now we can keep this clear.
Yeah, I would probably. Do we have a little more slack in this? Yeah, I just don't want to.
Hola!
These weights here definitely rock.
They do rock. I'm channeling the Rock Island.
I see.
That's what I'm going for.
I figured I'd join you in on the dad joke. Uh-oh. Well, looks like the Rock's going bankrupt. There.
Rock Island is not.
I know, the Rock.
Yeah, Drayton, we're going to need a tie plate at least.
Tie plate back over there.
There's some tie plates back there, back in the shop.
Of course, there's always some in the shop.
Oh, I think we're actually getting picked up for the live stream too.
Hello, live stream.
No.
But guys, quit messing with the live stream. Like, sorry that one person in the live stream, Gaucho's not here. He's just gonna go home and cry. Yes, we got the live stream.
You can hear me say no.
Excuse me, guys.
Yeah. I think you need
He's going to get some. I'm just holding it from. You were right. I was wrong.
All right, folks, it might be corny, but friends, countrymen, lend me your ears. I stand before you as a Kentucky colonel to let you know that the Kentucky Steam Team is selling fresh ears of sweet corn cooked by our very own steam locomotive. Now, folks here come from all stalks of life, but we agree on one thing, that this corn is popular. And at $5 an ear, it's an amazing deal. So, we hope you'll come and lend your support. And if not, well, shucks.
I mean, that's at worst buying some corn and an applause, right? Let's give it up for Cassie. And if you're wondering later, who ate corn? All right, so we're getting a next round up and going. Just ask everybody to kind of step back a little bit here if you're not on one of the pull boards, just so that we can keep the live stream video up and running. That would be mighty helpful. All right, here's a whistle rundown before we get going on the second round. On the far left, we have a Baltimore, Ohio 3-chime. Let's wave. B&O 3-chime. Number 2, we have 6-chime whistle. This was known to run on L&N Pacific number 295, which was one of the streamlined Pacifics to pull the south wind, painted Tuscan red. It actually spent its final days before it was scrapped running between Louisville and a little place called Ravenna, Kentucky. So this whistle is back home. On number 3, we have an 8-inch Luckenheimer. This is from the factory at Old Well Supply and appropriately named Oil City, Pennsylvania. On number 4, we have a 5-inch Crosby 3-chime. On number 5, we have a Pennsylvania Railroad 3-chime whistle. This would have been on the majority of their locomotives, along with the Banshee, which we'll hear later today. On 6 and 7, we've got some smaller whistles that we're going to blow at the end. They're not safe to blow on this pressure. But on number 7, we've got a MD 3-chime replica of a Southern 3-chime. And then on number 9, we've got a Union Pacific 5-chime straight from UP territory up in Chicago, Illinois. So, all right, so let's start with the B&O 3-chime, because I know it's going to take a second to get it to heat up, and we'll come back to it in a little bit. And then Dennis, fire away after that. We'll just go in order here, make it easy. So. Again, 295's whistle. Rob Mitten with the Kentucky Railway Museum. Well, notice the similarities between the two whistles. I think the boys in South Louisville might have taken a Nathan and had a couple of drinks and copied it and made that 295 whistle. Let's give them credit. Nick Hovey. right, we're gonna put the cords on the smaller whistles now. Right now, this is a perfect opportunity to give a shout out. If there's one person that's made today possible, it's Larry Evans, everybody. He is walking away. That is Larry Evans' whistle manifold that he and several others, Ernie Clay and everybody helped build. And everybody give a shout out to Larry Evans. Thank you, Larry, once again for letting us mooch the whistle manifold. Literally, the day wouldn't be possible without him. So, and if you got any N&W stuff, go talk to him. All right, so we have 2 smaller whistles, and then we'll do one more swap out before our supper break. We're going to take about an hour break, let everybody visit our wonderful vendors, let folks get caught up on firing this thing, and water the engine. That usually helps too.
I know. Where's the handle for the L&N?
I put it on.
Okay.
Put it on already.
All right, good.
All right, Wade, voice check. How are we sounding? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. To quote Mr. Rogers, beautiful day in Irvine, Ravenna, Kentucky. Can't really complain about the weather here today. It is nice and breezy, which keeps you nice and cool throughout the day instead of having a scorching hot afternoon. It's nice and cool here today. No complaints on my end. All right, yes, that's right. My other ride is Metro 210.
All right, everybody, as the pressure builds up here, literally and figuratively, this will likely be our last round before the supper break. All right, starting on the end, we kept the B803 chime because they're really hard to take off the ends. On number 1, we have a DM and IR off of Yellowstone, one of the largest steam locomotives ever built. On number 2, we have a Southern 5-inch hooter whistle off a very early Southern Railway steam locomotive. We kept the 8-inch Lukenheimer on. On number 4, we have another Southern hooter whistle that belongs to the Holden family from Pennsylvania.
Not that I can tell. No,
everybody will enjoy this one. This is off a Louisville and Nashville passenger locomotive. This is a L&N passenger whistle, which would have been used on their Pacifics and their, well, actually just their Pacifics. But they are a little bit taller, have a lot nicer sound than the freight whistle that we heard earlier. On number 6, we have a Buckeye 3-inch whistle. That will be used here towards the end. On number 7, we have one of the most unique whistles. It's a mystery 5-chime whistle. It is part of Rail and Road Auctions. Derek Thomas, wave to everybody. Derek Thomas, everybody. Rail and Road Auctions is running a promotion to sound it before you buy it. So this whistle actually will be available at the end of the month, at the end of October, for purchase, but you'll get to hear what it sounds like first. on number 7. So that's a 5-chime whistle. The unmarked whistle on number 8 is a 6-inch Crosby from a canning factory in Lockport, New York, but that'll be a beautiful sounding whistle. And then finally on number 9, we have another Crosby 6-inch. The original provenance is believed to be Kansas City Southern. This whistle once was owned by the late Brian Mayer of Ohio, just outside Columbus. It is now owned by Brian Nicodemus of Akron, Indiana. And if anybody wants to go bowling and have a little side bet, don't do it with Brian, because this man is a professional bowler, literally and figuratively. But everybody save their Big Lebowski jokes for later. But Brian, thanks for coming down, and we appreciate it. All right, so let's get started. Derek, why don't you kick us off there with the mystery 5-chime?
Hey, my favorite railroad is the L&N. L&N, yeah.
That's a very pleasing sounding whistle. Derek, do we know a lot number? All right, we're going to lower the pressure here for one last whistle before our supper break. And then we're going to take about 45 minutes here for you guys to frequent our vendors. Beer's still cold at a Country Boy. I can see the smoker still rolling back there. Beer cheeseburger, everybody. They can charge extra for napkins for it, but it's delicious. Still got corn and popcorn. Roger is still popping away. All right, so we got the 4-inch blown there. Blow it down. Again, we're going to take about a 45-minute break. Everybody, catch up, catch your breath, get your hearing back. What? Hello? Again, I want to thank all of our sponsors, starting with the Railroadiana Collectors Association, People's Exchange Bank, Codell Construction, Rail and Road Auctions. You heard part of their promotion just a minute ago. Scale Trains, our friends at Country Boy Beer, Bo and Brenda Brown, my wonderful wife Brandy, and Sulis Auctions. We'll be changing things out. Let's give it a big shout out to the crew up at 85. I know Peaches is up there right now. Peaches, I don't know if you hear us, but he's keeping everything going here. But again, we'll take a brief break. Here's a little preview of what's coming up. We've got a Reading 6-chime that I know of. We're going to put the last steam locomotive whistle that was heard on the L&N Railroad in Ravenna, Kentucky on the manifold. That'll be coming up. We have at least 2 Southern Railway PS4 whistles. We have N&W Hooter whistles coming up. We've got several Illinois Central 3-chime steamboat whistles. A New York Central 6-chime, and more to come. So that being said, everybody, let's all catch our breath, get our hearing back for just a second, and again, frequent our vendors. We appreciate them coming out tonight, and thanks everybody. One more group I want to give a shout out to, because some of them will start leaving. They've been here all day. If you're a Kentucky Steam Heritage volunteer, please raise your hand. As everybody knows, we just got a $1.9 million grant that was announced earlier in the week. But unfortunately, that grant's not going to buy our yacht to put down on the river or the helicopter pad. This entire endeavor is done all on volunteer labor and effort. And we're appreciative to all our volunteers that help make this possible. One more shout out I want to give before the supper break is to Barney Gramling, who's leaned up against that Ford pickup truck right there. That is his steam engine. Barney makes this engine available all across the country to folks like us that need a steam locomotive that's trucked in. Barney puts up with a lot of headaches. I know what kind of headaches we provide him, like blowing whistles for 6 hours at a time on his steam engine. But Barney, thank you so much. And we appreciate everything you do. So, all right, with that, we'll take a brief break. We'll try to get some music rolling here for a little bit, and hope everybody has a great time.
How does my husband sign up to have his?
We'll be doing it.
Because, he's older and we around that.
Yeah, we will do his next.
Oh, you will?
Yeah. Not to mention we throw in a Reading whistle.
We're going to get them lovely ammo whistles.
All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. Hey, Wade, what if we move the camera What if we moved what if we moved that camera? That way you have a head-on view and it would be unobstructed. Let's do that.
And of course, the legend right over there is right black. The man, the myth, the legend.
The goats.
The goat of the rail.
That's why he's the goat. The goat. I was here yesterday. All I saw was his drone flying by.
Well, and I
over here. So this one controls the audio for the cameras over there.
That's cool.
And this one controls my audio as well as the announcer audio.
Sure.
So
We're gonna put our running 6 time on next round, and it'll be a fun time.
oh, that's gonna be sweet.
If your fans want, maybe I don't know if you're doing like guest commentators.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Maybe.
If you want, we can definitely
I'll tell
do
you
that.
what. We'll bring the whistle up here.
Okay, yeah, bring it on up. What's going on? Honestly, I would love a coffee. They might have coffee. If not, a Coke or a Pepsi. You don't have to do good here. Well, thank you.
You're very welcome with honesty.
All right, so let me get us switched over here. And I'm going to have to adjust this camera slightly because you're just out of frame. So let me adjust it.
Take 1, take 2, and I think I'm in frame. Awesome.
Okay, so we are taking a little break here during the whistle blow. This is time for meal break where everyone can go get some steam cooked corn, or the Galloway Farms has a food truck here, and there's all kinds of really nice local vendors here selling food. But during the break, I figured we would do a quick little interview with one of the owners of the whistle. So if you could introduce yourself and tell everyone where you're from.
Yeah, hi, my name is CJ Holm. I am from southeastern Pennsylvania, about an hour north, and me and my father own and collect railroad whistles for a living. So
that's pretty cool. How long have you been in the hobby for?
So we probably got our first whistle, well, let me start way before then. I was probably introduced to steam probably when I was about 9-10 years old. I was at Rough and Tumble up in Kinzers, and, well, I was talking with the old engineers, and they said, hey, why don't you put these kids up on a steam engine and take them around for a trip? And, well, that's when the whole bug really started, so.
And it's been downhill ever since.
Well, downhill in a good way.
Well, that's what it's all about. It's all about having fun. And what would you say is your favorite part of collecting whistles? What makes it fun for you?
Oh, just the search and the always anticipate that next whistle to come up for, auction or for sale or whatever. So you never know what's going to come up for sale, and if you do, then, well, make sure you got a nice full pocket full of change with you.
Oh, yeah. What would you say is your favorite whistle in your collection?
It's probably this one. Being, I believe it came off of a G1 Pacific. The story of this whistle is it came from a fire...
Oh, wait just a second.
Quick intermission. The story of this whistle is came off a Y, or came off a G class.
It's a
it
long
never ends.
Yeah.
It's the seizure. She's just letting loose.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now we can hear you.
We believe this came off of a G1. We don't know the history of it entirely. We know it came from, well, actually, this particular whistle was in a sale of another Reading 6 that we bought. We sold that one since, but we believe this came off a G1. It was used from a fire department down in Orland for a number of years. But when they shut down, they sold the whistles, and that's how me and my dad got a hold of these whistles. And it's been about, I'd say, 4 years since we bought the Reading 6.
Okay. Very cool. And was it your dad who got you into the hobby, or did you both kind of fall into it together?
Well, at a very young age, he was introduced to steam as well. Used to be, got an experience as a baby. I think his first experience with steam was I believe I don't know if it was 1361 or an old Pensy steamer. I think a I1 or a J1 up in Bellefonte as like a really young kid. He got hauled up in the cab and started getting loose, and he started crying, and he didn't want to be up there no more. So, but at a very young age, he ever since then he's just been kind of what am I trying to say here? he's kind of been, you know, off and on. Then about 10 years ago, 13 years ago, really got serious, and then he bought a couple traction engines then, and then some steam whistles, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's really cool. And how did you end up finding out about this event?
So we know a couple people, and also Facebook, and obviously from the past couple of years they've had success with the previous whistleblows, and well, there hasn't been a whistleblow that we've been to in about, I'd say, since 21, so we figured, well, this will probably be the only one that they have of the year. So, and funny story enough, I'm going to see my grandfather down in Nashville tomorrow, so it's kind of on the way.
Nice.
And convince Mom to kind of stop here and do this, so make it a full family-friendly event here today.
There you go.
So,
what's your what has been your overall first impressions of Kentucky Steam here at Ravenna?
Well, glad you mentioned that. This is my first time here, actually all of us, me, my mom, my dad. I gotta say, they're doing some great things here, and with this $1.9 million grant they've got in their belt now, I think they've got some even better things coming their way. So,
yeah, definitely.
Lots of track, lots of cars, this pavilion here, this whole gravel lot, and just the amount of track they got here. And I think once 2716 gets rolled around, I think it's gonna be a nice magnet to go chase around.
Absolutely,
like that, so.
absolutely. Yeah, we'll see what happens. The sky is the limit, and for me personally, a really showing off your whistle.
Pleasure.
Appreciate it. Glad to have you here today.
Should be on about another 40-50 minutes, and then we'll make some more noise. This will be going on the next set, so you'll get to see this one pretty soon. So.
And you'll have a nice close-up view because we're readjusting our cameras. It's kind of been a learn as we go kind of a thing. So we'll have a camera set up right down by where they're blowing the whistles, and you'll be able to get a nice unobstructed view. So stay tuned for that. So.
You won't want to miss it.
No, definitely not.
Good
Definitely
to talk to you,
not.
Drayton.
Likewise. Thanks for telling us about your whistle.
Thank you.
So we've got quite a few viewers here. If you haven't done it yet, make sure you smash that like button. It really does help out a lot with the YouTube algorithm. You know, it's really challenging sometimes to put on these events, and we wouldn't be able to do what we do without your support. So consider hitting that like button. I see we've got about 130 likes here so far. Let's see if we can crest the 150 mark. Right now we have 57 viewers. Always like to know where everybody's tuning in from, so if you would let us know in the live chat where you're watching from, we'd love to hear from you. Kiera Cameron asks, what got me into trains? Well, to be honest, I don't remember when I didn't like trains. As a kid, you know, of course, always liked seeing trains, you know, in my hometown with my mom or my dad, driving along Amtrak, and of course I like Thomas a lot, like most people my age did back in the 90s, and there's just something about it. I think, you know, the colors, the sights, the sounds, all of that. And trains are just big. They're just interesting machines, and I had, of course, the lots and lots of trains, VHS tapes. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Tom Edinger for what he did with Marshall Publishing, and I watched so many of those videos as a kid, and Pentrex, of course. Pentrex really is one of my inspirations. I wouldn't be doing what I do today without Pentrex and their influence and what I like to do as far as railroad video production. But yeah, I liked trains a lot as a little kid, and I kind of grew out of it. Wasn't super interested in Thomas anymore, and you know, there were other things that I found interesting, like, you know, ships, the Titanic, the Edmund Fitzgerald, lighthouses, still transportation related, but not railroad related. And, you know, just didn't have as much interest in it, but I remember learning about oh, there goes the safety valve.
Hey, Drayton, mind if I have a seat?
Sure, just.
Sorry, I don't want to get on your nerves or anything.
There we go. The safety valve is now off. So, as I was saying, you know, I was interested in trains, but kind of grew out of it. And probably around the age of 10 or 11, I got back into it because I learned about my family's history with the railroad. And I learned that my great-grandfather, thank you, Carter, for that list of whistles. I learned that my great-grandfather was a Southern Railway engineer and actually ran the 4501. And I didn't really know what that was, but I started doing research into it and found out that it was a famous steam locomotive, and that really got me back into it. I started learning about the history of the Southern Railway and the history of that locomotive and my own family history, and started watching a lot of those old railroad videos again. And at that time, YouTube was really starting to take off. So I started watching different channels on YouTube and thought to myself I'd like to do something similar to that, and that was in middle school. And one thing led to another. I asked my parents for a camera for my birthday. I believe it was my 12th or 13th birthday, and they got me a really cheap Sony Handycam, and one thing led to another, and ended up trackside and took a lot of videos, not very good videos, I must say. But my grandmother used to take me everywhere to go see trains because she had the free time, and there we go again.
I guess we're gonna have to wait a minute for them to do their thing.
Cue the Jeopardy music.
Please do not copyright the stream. By the way, Drayden, thank you for allowing me to be on the stream again. This is cool.
Yeah.
Always happy to be on. I know we can't exactly show them, you know, what I've built, but still wouldn't mind talking about it a little bit.
Sure, go right ahead.
If we want to talk about the story and everything.
Sure.
A little bit on how that stuff happened.
Scoot up just a little bit closer if you can. That way they can
Okay.
hear you a little bit better.
There we go. Alrighty then. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Can we hear me?
You're good. I got your audio level right there. So.
Alrighty then. Well, perfect then. Well, I guess I'll just introduce myself again for those of you guys that do not know. My name is Christian Rector, and I have been a member here at Kentucky Steam since the tail end of 2020. And my journey into Kentucky Steam has definitely been an interesting one. It's definitely one of the most unique ways I've joined Kentucky Steam, to join Kentucky Steam. It wasn't actually out of due to my love of trains. It was actually due to a video game. So I built our whole entire property in Minecraft and everything, and it was basically based off what was there currently on the property, our concept art, and basically what we had plans for in the future. And I started off in a Minecraft realm and everything with some friends, and I wanted to basically generate interest in a train area. And well, I was looking at places and everything, so I looked at like TVRM, KRM, and just other areas of where I could get inspiration from. And then I looked at Kentucky Steam and I was like, you know, I really like what they're doing, and I like the mission, like the goals and everything, and I'm like, this would be really cool to build. And so I did that. I built it and everything, and people began taking notice, and they were like, oh my gosh, you got to show them this. And I'm like, nah, they're a railroad preservation group. They don't want to see this kind of stuff. And so I eventually gave into peer pressure, and I messaged them on a post and everything. I was like, oh, hey, I built you guys a place in Minecraft. Would you like to see it? They were like, yeah, sure. So I sent some pictures to them on Messenger. And they sent me, they were like, well, that's great, took a long time. I thought that was going to be it. I was wrong. I got a message from one of the board of directors. His name is Joe Nugent and everything. Shout out to him.
Shout out to Joe.
Shout out to Joe. He messaged me on his personal Facebook account and everything, and I was just blown away. I was shocked and everything. I was like, wow, this is incredible. And so we talked for about, I don't know, about a week or two. And after that, I got basically, he offered to give me a tour. I came down here with my dad and got a tour, and I've been here ever since. And it's been really cool to just see what the property is going to look like virtually, like our concert stage back here behind us. Like I built that a long time ago, back when the concept art was released for it. Like as soon as the concept art was released, I started work on changing it, because I actually originally built what was on one of our models and everything. I originally built that first, and then I changed it up to be what was on the concept art, and I've seen that for about I don't know, about over a year or so. And just to see it, you know, and virtually and everything, you know, you can explore it and everything, and then just seeing it here in person, it's just absolutely mind-boggling and everything. And it's really incredible to just say, hey, you know, I joined it through to a video game. Absolutely crazy.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah. And they say you can't really get through life playing video games. That is a lie. So take it from me, folks. You can do things in some pretty cool places.
So I want to give a shout out to David Morissette from Davison, Michigan, on the Canadian National. And there's the safety valve again.
Also, another thing I almost forgot to mention as well is that we eventually want to release that map and everything to the public eventually to play on and everything, so they can explore, check it out and everything, and also you know, see it virtually, and then they like, well, hey, you can come down here for real and check it out.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's an interesting way to get people involved in a hobby that otherwise would not be familiar with it whatsoever. So that's really cool, Christian. Thanks so much for sharing that with us.
Oh yeah, no problem. I mean, it's definitely an interesting way, because you don't really see, well, actually, I don't really think you see anybody like in railroad stuff like do anything like that. And the neat thing about Minecraft is, you know, it's available worldwide and everything, and then be able to reach a really good audience who probably would have never even heard of us to begin with, if they wasn't interested in trains or anything else like that. So it would be a great way to reach out to new people and show them what we're doing here and everything, and really just, you know, get people down here and everything to see, like, this is what it's going to be, it's going to look like and everything.
We've got a viewer from Oklahoma right
Wow.
now, and we've got someone watching from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We've actually got a few people here who came from Pennsylvania with their whistles today, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
I see Jetto Cole number 85. Yes, that is the locomotive powering everything here today. We've got a viewer from Inglewood, Florida as well. Most excellent. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. So yeah, of course, you know, this is an event that is really growing, and we've seen a tremendous amount of growth since the initial whistleblow, and being the third year, it's amazing to think about what the fourth year is going to look like. So and another thing to mention is they have an annual horn honk event as well, which we weren't able to cover that earlier this year, but I'm sure next year we'll be able to cover the horn honk event. And for you railroad collectors that have horns as opposed to whistles, that's a great event to attend. So I highly recommend that one as well. Let's see, we've got a viewer from Russell Spring, Kentucky, and we've got a comment in
Russell
here.
Springs.
I'm not sure what the purpose of the whistleblow is. So essentially, for folks who have whistles in their Railroadiana collection, a lot of times these whistles just sit on a shelf and they don't get a chance to hear them. And this is a great way for folks to be able to take the whistles out of their display case or wherever they keep them and set them up on a live steam locomotive.
You know, Jordan, I know how you feel about that kind of stuff cutting you off. I have to deal with that when I'm car hosting.
Yes. It's hard to hear yourself think sometimes.
Yeah. Like when they do when they honk the horn or blow the whistle down there for like the crossing and everything, I just gotta be like, well, hold on a sec, folks, gotta wait, let them do their thing.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
So, Christian, what is your favorite piece in Kentucky Steam's collection here?
Ooh, that is a very good question. What is my favorite piece? Well, I guess if I had to think of something off the top of my head, I would say 2716. Because, I mean, it's really the whole reason why this whole thing even started to begin with.
Right.
And, I mean, it also has, like, 4 incredible different looks for it as well. You know, it's got the original look that wore for the Chesapeake, Ohio. It's got the absolutely gorgeous Southern Railway look for it. It has the Big Emma look for it. And then it also has the Heritage Highball.
I think my favorite look is the Southern look, for sure.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that one, Drayden. I mean, the Southern look was definitely a unique one, in fact that the Southern never had 284 consolidations and everything, so that was a unique thing. Plus, they also won Kit Bash of the Year award for that.
Did they actually?
Yes,
I didn't
they
know
did.
that.
According to Jason told me and everything that they won Kit Bash of the Year award for that. So,
well, they did a good job of making it look Southern.
They did. I mean, and it looked like a Southern engine. You know, sorry C&O foamers, but 2716 looks good as a Southern engine.
Let's see if we can get a few more comments in here.
Drayden, what's your favorite piece out of the collection?
Well, I mean, I love 2716, of course, but I'd have to say that my favorite probably would be the SD40-2 because there's very few, actual SD40-2s in preservation.
Gotcha.
I can't even think off the top of my head. I know there's one somewhere, but they're just such reliable locomotives that railroads aren't really retiring them. They're rebuilding them, but not retiring them. And so to be able to have one that's actually donated to the organization is really cool. Norfolk Southern donated that one, and Ryan Markham was instrumental in spearheading that whole thing. So we're really grateful to Ryan Markham for.
I gotta say, another one of our favorite diesels and everything that I like myself is our SW1500 1100, which will eventually be repainted back into L&N colors. So that'll be cool. I really like the switcher locomotives and everything. I think the switcher locomotives are some of my favorite, especially since I was so used to them at South Fork, at Stearns and everything, because they would always have their switcher locomotive, which I know it's a different type. I think it's an SW9, if I'm correct, number 106 down there and everything. And I just really have a long history of just, riding behind that kind of train and everything. So that's really why those switchers kind of grow on me and everything. And then, of course, I got to give it up to our -7 7067 as well, which has been beautifully restored by the guys at Huntington. Seriously, chef's kiss to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an amazing looking locomotive, and it sat for so many years at Marshall University and Huntington, and it's not actually a -7 anymore. It's been gutted, but it is
Yeah.
a very nice looking engine, and who knows, maybe one day they can use it as a cab car, like Amtrak's cabbages. They could use it something like that, where they could control a diesel on the other end or something like that and still be able to run it. So
That would be an interesting idea. I'll tell you one thing though. So back in October, I actually had the pleasure of riding the Autumn's Color Express. Believe it or not, the next day your friend Gabe actually rode the train.
oh, nice.
So
nice.
I actually filmed it that day too, going past me and at Hurricane, West Virginia. So somewhere Gabe's in that video.
That's cool. That's really cool.
But anyway, so I talked with some guys and everything over there in Huntington. They were a non-profit, like trying to start like some kind of zoo or something like that. And I told them about our non-profit and everything. Like, hey, I'm part of a non-profit too. And I asked them if they remembered that Marshall locomotive that they had, and they were like, yeah, we remember that.
Mhm.
And I showed them where it was at now, and they were like, oh, that's different.
Oh man, yeah. Yeah, and that Autumn Colors train is really neat. I'd like to ride that one day, but I know it didn't it stop running or
Yeah,
something?
they're not doing it this year, unfortunately. And that was a really lovely trip and everything. I really enjoyed the absolute pleasure of getting to ride that. And actually, we got to ride in a very lovely car called Hollywood Beach, which was a Sun Lounge car, one of only 3 built, and the only one that's actually still operational, because one got scrapped, and then the other one is a shell of its former shelf. It's literally just a shell. And I actually got to meet the car owner and everything, Keith. He's a very lovely guy. And actually, Thomas Bookout, he was my car host on the trip.
Nice.
So I got to see Thomas and everything, so that's fun. He didn't cause any confusion and delay on the trip, so that was a plus.
Yeah, no delay in the block there.
Yeah, no delay in the block.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear a drone. Maybe it can come over here and give me a haircut, because I definitely need one.
I'll tell you one funny moment that did happen, though. So I read this on our train and everything, we had Operation Lifesavers. Amtrak Operation Lifesaver was on the train. And so the first night they did it, I actually read the report and everything. So CSX forgot to throw the switch back into the station, and the train was accidentally headed towards the Huntington shop.
Oh, no.
So they had to back the train up and bring it, and then they had to throw the switch.
Oh, my gosh. That would definitely scare me to death, that's for sure. Well, yeah, I thankfully I've never had to experience anything like that on any trip that I've ever taken. So let's see, we got a few more comments coming in. Someone was asking about the status of nickel plate 587. I'm not totally sure, actually.
Well, there's an interesting thing about that, and that's, of course, it was agreed to be stored here by, the Indiana Transportation Museum, now former, because they now pretty much just exist on paper.
Right.
And, didn't really hear anything about that for a while, and then they eventually just sold it into private ownership, so that's really something we just don't really know that much about, because it's really up to the owner and everything,
right,
to what's going to really happen with that locomotive. I mean, it's stored here on a property, but it's not our locomotive, so we can't really do anything about it.
It's not going full steam ahead, in other words. It's just sitting for now.
I mean, if you ask like any of the other members around here, they'll just pretty much tell you the same thing, like, well, don't ask, because we don't know yet, so.
And time will tell, it's one of those things where time will tell, and hopefully it works out to where 587 can run again.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
No,
to cut
you're
you off
good.
there.
You're good.
But at least, it's here. It's not in some scrapper's place somewhere. It's not in a junkyard or anything else like that. It's here. It's in a good, safe home with people that do care about it. It's just that, we can't do much about it right now, and that's quite unfortunate for such a lovely steam star that really kind of ended up getting a bad deal.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, and you know, there's other steam locomotives too that I'd really like to see run, and I know another one here is the L&N steam engine, the 462 L&N 152. That's an engine that I can't wait to see run again one day. Yeah, 152 is, in my opinion, one of the steam engines that got away, so to speak. It didn't run for very long, and but one day it will, and we're excited. We're really excited about that future.
You know, Drayden, somebody needs to make a model of that steam locomotive.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it? I wonder.
Maybe Scale Trains could do something like that in the future.
You never know.
They could enter into steam locomotives.
Well, I mean, Scale Trains already is with 611.
Yeah, there's a lot of steam stuff planned when it comes to Scale Trains. Oh, hey, thank you, Elmer. Appreciate that, my friend. There's a lot of things planned for steam with Scale Trains, and a lot of it's the former MTH tooling, but there is a Scale Trains steam locomotive in the works. I don't know what it is, and I don't know when the ETA is for it. But
all right, everybody, I'm going to make a couple announcements. Our friends at Country Boy have 55 minutes left on the clock, and they got to pack up and go to Georgetown, which is ironic. About the same time Kentucky kicks off against Georgia, we might need it after that. So we'll be doing a last call in the next 55 minutes. Smoker's still going back here.
Yes, and we'll give a quick shout out to our sponsors here. Of course, we have RCAI, the Railroadiana Collectors Association, and then we've got the local People's Exchange Bank, who have sponsored the event. They are the 6-chime sponsors. And of course, for our 5-chime sponsors, we have Caudell Construction, and then of course we've got Rail and Road Auctions, Scale Trains, and our beer sponsor is Country Boy Brewing. And so as Chad made the announcement, they're going to be here for a little less than an hour, and then it's time for them to go home. So we appreciate all the sponsors who have contributed this year. We wouldn't be able to do what we do as an organization without them. So we definitely are grateful for them, and hopefully this event can grow as a result of their sponsorship for next year. So we have 60 viewers. We're really close to hitting the 150 like mark. So if you haven't done it yet, please smash that like button. It helps out a lot with the YouTube algorithm. And you know, like I said, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without your support. So please make sure you hit that like button.
Please
really
hit the like button. Do it for Drayden.
Yes, that would make my day. Well, I'm going to take a quick break here. We got a few more minutes before the whistles go live, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes. So thank you guys.
Good. Alrighty then. Well, hey Drayden, thanks for allowing me to be on the live stream again.
You got the live stream.
Yes, I did.
I knew that one.
I got to show him the live stream for a bit.
We are actually on the Brayton zone.
You're already friends with me. I haven't posted it.
You got to meet a friend. I made a new friend, Andy Bailey.
And I made a new friend myself.
Andy Bailey is our fourth wheel for this trip.
He's the Caden replacement.
What's yours? Oh,
Drew Burkhardt.
Let's see how our comments are going. Yes, the safety valve is definitely going off again.
Mr. Christian, how does it feel?
How does it feel to be on Drayden's live stream?
Yes.
Pretty awesome.
away from the LCO.
I love doing this, and I love being on live streams. This is fun. Delay in Block Productions. It's like today on Delay in Block Productions, we have Wade, how's everything looking over there? All right. Well, that is good. Everything. I guess I will just chill out here and everything. This is Christian, by the way, folks. I'll be, I guess, just helping out Dre with the live stream for a bit while he's away. See here how many, who is the boiler? Well, that's nickel plate. Yep, still in pieces. Yep, that is nickel plate 587, just still sitting here. Unfortunately in pieces.
Yeah, boiler's in the back. Rest in peace.
Who knows? It might come back eventually. Hopefully it'll come back.
I don't want to hear that crack whistle it has again.
Maybe Mac is upset with something.
Crack whistle.
Could be. Could be. You never know. I don't know what Mac would be upset about, but could be. I guess it's just tired. Maybe Mac is tired. That is the nickname for 85, by the way. They nicknamed it Mac.
Oh, wow, that turned out great.
And then this was another early morning shot. I see Zane Amick was out doing a calf right. It's Colonel Sanders and Corbin.
Oh my gosh.
So it is connected to how many whistles back there? 9, I believe.
9 or 10, I think.
So we got 9 or 10 whistles that it is connected to. So it has a hose and everything that is connected up where the whistle's at. You can see that there. Oh, 9 whistles. My bad. Well, 9 whistles. It has 9 whistles back there. Thank you for the correction. I'm wrong. Yeah, she's connected. Yeah.
You know anything about the Monon?
Yeah, it is 9 and everything. So we got 9 whistles and everything connected up here. I know we got some N&W Hooters coming up. We have a very lovely L&N whistle about to happen here. So we have a Louisville and Nashville Big Emma whistle from from L&N 1962, and that was one of the passenger locomotives for the L&N, and it was also one of the last. It was either one of the last or the last L&N Big Emma to come to Ravenna. And it pulled a passenger excursion for the L&N, which helped raise funds to start up KRM, the Kentucky Railway Museum. And so that voice, so the voice of 1962 will be heard again for the first time since the 1950s. So very historic moment here, folks. 11 if you include Max. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
The biggest tragedy has to be the 7-4s of Campbellsburg.
So yeah, we got a lot of different whistles. We also have an Illinois.
How recent?
So with that, it doesn't really kind of fall to us at Kentucky Steam. It really involves the private owner who owns the locomotive. If he wants, to give money, and well, I mean, I don't really know how much I can really talk about it, but I mean, it really just depends on the owner and everything. If he wants to give us some money and everything to work on the locomotive. As for, well, we gotta wait for the safety valve again. Yes. If you guys can hear me, that is correct. Nathan, you are correct about that. It's really up to 587's owner at this point, and not really us. Because if it was up to us, we would have that thing in a lot better shape. Well, hello, Aaron. Welcome back. Yeah, it is owned by a private owner and everything. Hi, Cassie. Yes, I can. Oh, say goodbye to him. Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Let me scoochie out of here. Well, goodbye, folks.
Actually, 2 weeks ago, that was the farthest north I've ever been on the Monon, where we went up up there to catch the road railers on Norfolk Southern and the Amtrak Cardinal. Yeah. As well as a little bit. I rode the Cardinal. It was pretty fun. Oh, really? That's really cool. Rode it from Philly to Cincinnati. Oh,
Dang,
wow.
that's a long trip.
That was actually last year. This week, actually, on this day, I was on the train. Oh. Yeah, we took a trip last year to Pennsylvania, Strasburg, Altoona, and all that, and then we took a train home. It was really fun. Oh, I see it was. I'd like to do that here for one day. I fell asleep, man. That's deep sleep.
All right, everybody, we might start back a little bit early here. We'll get about 5 more minutes and then get to blowing some more whistles.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
All right, Wade. You want to get that camera in the middle started?
It's already started.
Oh, it already is. Okay. Wonderful. Great. Mike, you should come over here and talk about Bespoke again. Corn, okay.
Hey Drake, if I'm going to jump on with you at some point tonight, probably needs to be sooner rather than later.
Pop a squat.
We got like 6 or 7. We've got to cycle on and off the manifold still
Yep.
tonight.
Sit down and we'll talk.
Nice.
Wade, how are we on audio? We sounding good? Looks like we're in the green, so we should be all right.
Wade, you have an incredible setup, by the way.
He does. Wade is the man.
Wade is the man. Wade's taking this to the next level.
So, wanted to introduce everybody. This is Derek from Rail and Road Auctions.
Hey, everybody.
Probably seen their ads on our videos the last 6 months or so. Derek, tell the audience a little bit about who you are, how you got into railroad collecting, and how your business came out of your hobby.
Yeah, so the cool thing is I'm a rail fan first. And I tell everybody that works with us, I'm a rail fan first, I'm a business person second. And really what Rail and Road was born out of was we saw a need within the market for a company that focused on transportation memorabilia, whether that's railroad, automotive, airplane, nautical. We knew that there was a need for a company that could be focused, understand what we were looking at, and describe it properly. And so we started out of the garage. Shoot, it hasn't even been 4 years ago yet.
Only 4 years.
Right. So we started in my garage.
Wow.
Yeah, outgrew the garage really quick. We're in a 5,500 square foot warehouse in Lafayette, Indiana. Literally, you look out my office window and you go across the street and you've got the CSX and Norfolk Southern Main lines through Lafayette, Indiana. And for the moment, it's a perfect setup for us. And so, like I said, we ship all over the United States. We're doing auctions on an 8-week turnaround these days. And couldn't be happier how busy we are. And we've got a lot of people to thank for that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, their auctions, you're going to find first-class stuff on there. Derek, if I'm not mistaken, you have one coming up that you have some amazing Rock Island signage.
Well, it's the Santa Fe signage is really the star of the show coming up here on the 26th and 27th of October. And I think something that's important, especially when we talk to your listeners and your viewers, is the fact that, yeah, we've got some really incredible high-end pieces, but we have a lot of entry-level and mid-range pieces too that if you've thought about collecting this, you know, there's ways to get involved in the hobby that don't necessarily involve you dropping, you know, $3, $4, $5 grand for a whistle to start. You know, we brought a lot of whistles here today for our Sound It and Sell It program that they're $200, $300, $400 whistles, not $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 whistles.
Which is a huge difference, you know, being able to, like somebody like myself, or even I have a friend of mine who's a college student who is really into collecting train horns, and they've mentioned, oh, I'd love to collect whistles, but I can't afford, you know, something that costs as much as a nice used car.
Sure.
But being able to get in at that level is something that really could change the game for them.
Absolutely. We all started somewhere in this hobby, whether, you know, and for me it was, you know, simple things. And, you know, I can talk more about the toy train hobby in terms of my relation to it. I have a basement full of Lionel, and so, you know, we didn't start out buying incredible pieces. We started out buying somebody else's used secondhand pieces that, you know, had been well loved, and you grow up from there, and it takes time. And so, like I said, we've really committed ourselves to, as a company, for being Railroadiana for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just our high-end collectors. You know, we've got something for everybody, and we've also really tried to position ourselves as a company that we've embraced technology.
Mm-hmm.
We have a dedicated app, whether you're an Apple or an Android user, that if you look for Rail and Road auctions in the App Store, you can go out, get our app, stay up on our auctions. You can bid from the app.
Which I've done.
Yeah.
He saw me bidding.
I did.
It was funny during the auction. I was sitting there because, you know, I'm as many of the viewers know, I work for Scale Trains, so my thing is model trains, but I'm definitely interested in the Railroadiana side of things. And so I'd never bid in an auction before, and Derek had told me about the app and how easy it was to use and everything, and I downloaded it, signed in, the auction started, and it was so easy. It was just I was amazed, honestly. I've never seen anything quite like it, and it was fun too because it was in real time, and I'm sitting there on my phone watching him call out the bids, and it was just really cool. So I highly recommend it, and you'll see, like I said, the app itself is featured in the ads that we've been running. So it's that easy. It's just as easy as it looks.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun for us too. And I think when people talk to us and they realize we're with you guys all the way in terms of, again, rail fans first, business owners second. You know, we're doing this because we love it. And I love days like today because we get to be here and we're connecting with people that care about this just as much as we do. And, you know, I love what you're doing because we get to share what we're doing here today, which, by the way, when they do this next year, if you're thinking about coming out, make the plans to come out. If you love this stuff, you've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen this many whistles lined up in a row before. And it's like, it's incredible, you know. It's just, it's a win all the way around. But again, the nice thing is for those people who can't be here with us, this solves that. And we're glad you guys can be a part of it. And, you know, the hobby, it's a big hobby. It's a global hobby. It's a worldwide hobby. And so it's so great to share it with so many other different people.
Well, and we've actually had some folks from Australia and Switzerland watching this live stream today.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah. And like, you know, this is Eastern Kentucky. It's kind of off the beaten path where we're at today. And just to be able to do a live stream where we can actually go and reach people from all the way around the world and share what's going on here in Ravenna. And you know, that's the other thing. I was talking with Bo earlier from RCAI about how this part of the Railroadiana hobby is it's not just collecting dust.
Sure.
You know, it's something that you can experience and enjoy with other people, and I think that's the best part about the hobby is, like, you know, getting together with your friends and that sharing that common love and that common interest in railroads that we've all had ever since we were little, you know. But it's fun. You know, earlier I saw this little kid. It was probably like, what, 4 or 5 years old, going up there to blow the whistles, and he needed help being able to do it, be able to pull the cord back. But I just thought that was awesome. I mean, that was me. If there was an event like this when I was a kid and my parents knew about it, that was me. So
yeah. And you know, for me, it's this is how we engage. This is how you get people involved, is with events like this where it really is about engagement. You know, I have my boys with me who are 9 and 6, and they were able to blow a whistle today. And, you know, that's the kind of core memories that stick with people. And I tell you what, I would have given a finger or something at their age to be able to engage in something like this. And the hobby has come so far. And,
it has.
and, you know, and people have talked about, you know, has the golden age passed us by? No. It's a different kind of golden age that we're in the middle of right now. And I hope people can see that and appreciate it.
yeah, and that's one thing I was going to ask you about is, like, you know, from your side of the hobby, where do you see the trends going among guys that are just starting out or just in general the future of Railroadiana?
I tell you what, there's a lot of different ways to look at that. In terms of what's hot right now, signage. If it is a sign and it displays well, because there's a lot of crossover beyond just the railroad market for signage right now. Signage in general in the collectibles community is really hot right now. Where there's room to get in the door as an entry level, paper right now. There is a paper market. If you like paper that's interesting, historical paper, lots of room to get involved and pick up a lot of interesting paper really affordably. Where else is interesting? Lanterns. There are a lot of great entry-level lanterns out there that people can get involved with that are well marked for your favorite railroads. What's interesting as well is builder's plates on modern diesel locomotives. We've started to see an uptick there in terms of, yeah, so for years it's been that steam locomotive builder's plates, you know, were what people gravitated towards, but and I think you and I are prime examples of this. You know, we're seeing a generation come into the hobby that looks at this and goes, I remember when SD40-2s were a thing, you know, and so we've started to see an uptick on the plates there in terms of their sales prices, because that's what people are starting to you know, chase after. And it's interesting because every generation gets nostalgic about something different, and we're seeing a generation start to get nostalgic about the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and even beyond that. And, that's what's going to be interesting here is, before too long, people are going to look back at the early 2000s, go, remember when?
Right. Which is it's so strange to think, like, a friend and I were talking not too long ago about how, like, Dash 8s are like 30 some years old now.
Right.
And there's none in preservation. Like, I think actually there was a barn that was saved recently, a BC Rail barn up in Canada.
Yep, that's true. And Silvis just got one too.
Oh, really?
I can't remember if Silvis was a Dash 8 or a Dash 9. Somebody in the comments, please reach out and let us know what that was. But no, that one is currently in BNSF colors, and word on the street is that is going back to Warbonnet colors. And so you're starting to see the trend start to shift, because there are people that are starting to look at, modern diesel power as it's to the point where it's going to need preservation.
Yeah.
A good example is the 80 Max are almost completely gone, and there's this scramble to try and save an 80 Mac.
Mm-hmm.
And 10, 15 years ago, people weren't even thinking about, hey, we need to save an 80 Mac.
Right, yeah. And it's interesting to see those trends happening. I mean, like, and the other thing is like, where do you put them? And that's one thing that I think is so cool about Kentucky Steam.
All right, everybody, we're going to make some noise here.
Yeah.
Well, Derek, good talking to you, man.
Drayton, pleasure. Thank you for all the work you do. Thanks for letting us
Again,
be a part
we're
of it.
getting close to last call at our friends at Country
Have
Boy.
fun, man. I'll see you
I'm
around.
gonna try and untangle myself.
We want to thank Mason and Andy for coming down tonight.
All right, I want to give a shout out to Jordan Freeman for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I would not be able to do what I do without
We got
your
some
support.
cool whistles coming up here for everybody. Go on, and we'll do a quick rundown real quick while there's no crowd for Drayton's live stream.
Sounds
All right,
good.
on the far left, we have switched out our B&O 3-chime, and we have put on a B&O 6-chime passenger whistle. So this would have been a whistle that was on all of B&O's passenger classes, specifically their 462s. On slot number 1, we've got a Southern PS4 whistle. I believe that's the first PS4 whistle that we've had on tonight. Slot number 2, we have a Crosby 6-inch 3-chime. What is really neat is this Crosby is from the Clinchfield Railroad. Bo Brown brought this up from the Travelers Rest, South Carolina, just outside Greenville. He's got the complete provenance on the whistle, but too cool. Number 3, we've got a Nathan 6-chime. We're just put the bell on top of a new bowl just to see what it sounds like. We're having some experimental fun here. Number 4, Dennis Garrett brought over a Frisco 3-chime long bell, so that should sound pretty good. On slot number 5, we've got a 4-inch Crosby. Came to us from Dayton, Ohio. On slot number 6, we've got another one of the Rail and Road sound it before you buy it examples here. Looks to be like
Can you explain what that is, Chad? Because some folks in the live stream are wondering.
Yeah, so Derek, who was just on, I guess I'll speak for him, but he is running a promotion for his October auction that he's blowing as many whistles as we have the proper adapters for tonight, so people can hear them before they buy them in his late October auction. That's Rail and Road Auctions. On slot number 7, we have a Nathan 3-chime, which is pretty rare whistle, Mark Nathan. On slot number 8, which of course is unmarked, that is a 3-chime whistle from the Maine Centrals, so we're getting a little New England flavor down in Ravenna. And on slot number 9, we've got a Boston and Maine 3-chime. And then finally, on the far right, we have a very unique piece of history joining us tonight. Scott Smith with the Cincinnati Railroad Club brought down the L&N Big Emma whistle from L&N 284 number 1962. When we did the first whistleblow, which we don't even count towards the 3, Ernie Clay brought the manifold down, and Mason Young and folks brought an air compressor up. We blew this on air. But this whistle belongs, again, to the Cincinnati Railroad Club. It's off M1 1962. It holds the distinction up until we started the whistleblow of being the very last whistle blown in Estill County on the famous Cincinnati Railroad Club trip in 1956. So we're going to actually hear it on steam tonight. The actuator valve has been removed from it quite some time ago. It's got a lever, so we'll get to hear what that whistle sounds like, but a pretty unique piece of history. For all of you whistle nerds, the Emma whistles were unique. They were the same size as the L&N freight whistles, but they were cast in bronze instead of cast iron. So as everybody knows, the L&N Big Emma 284s were the most expensive Berks ever built. We don't call them Berks here. We call them Emmas. But that being said, they went on and South Louisville cast the whistle out of bronze. So we're appreciative of the Cincinnati Railroad Club for lending the whistle to us today. And Scott Smith for hauling that piece of bronze down here. It's not light. So, all right. So I think we're steamed up. Let's see. Let's start. Let's start on number 5 with the 4-inch Crosby. This gentleman has brought his whistle down from Dayton, Ohio. So. Where we're going through this, I again want to thank our sponsors tonight that made this possible, starting with the Railroadiana Collectors Association. Check RCAI out at railroadcollectors.org. People's Exchange Bank, Codell Construction, Rail and Road Auctions, Scale Trains, and we now have the whistle going. Nothing like the rival railroad making some good noise. Let that Emma heat up. right, one last call from the country boys and lady. going to wind it down. Don't worry, the Emma whistle stay put. All right, we're going to drop the pressure real quick. Again, this is Derek Thomas with Rail and Road Auctions has a sound it before you buy it opportunity before he blows this whistle. Let's all thanks our friends at Country Boy for coming down. Let's all give a cheer to them. Thank you all, Mason and Eddie. Appreciate you all. Good way to celebrate the exciting news that Kentucky Steam had earlier this week. So with that, all right, we're going to do a swap out. We're going to keep the Big Emma whistle on. One thing I'll point out with the Emma whistle is the L&N South Louisville shops usually cut the lowest or I said smallest chamber out of the 3-chime freight whistles, and it sounds like that 1962 whistle is got the small chamber cut out of it as well, make it similar to the L&N freight whistles because they were too shrill otherwise. So kind of a unique little L&N history there for you all. All right, so we're going to do some swap out. There were some good whistles on that manifold right there. A PS4 whistle still rocking.
There's nothing that we can do about it. Just wait till the concert. Oh, yeah. I know. So. Formulate a response. Hey, Darby. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but. Is that on the Kentucky? Yeah. Is it that hierarchy? Sounds like economic development. This older gentleman. I was going to say something like, but people have driven in from Kansas. I mean,
Really, I think that's a nice response. You know, it's like it doesn't. We don't need to justify it, right?
I still see the smoke rolling from Libs. Food is still available. Got some good whistles coming up here. Jameson Callie's yawning. Let's give another shout out to our sponsors. As we load the safety. All right, folks, we're getting steam in. Leave it to Nick Hovey's Banshee to start shooting off early. All right, so on the far left, we still have the B&O 6. On number 1, I believe we still have the PS4. On number 2, we got a Pennsylvania Railroad Banshee whistle. That's right. On number 3, we still have an L&M passenger whistle on a different valve just to try it out. On number 4, we've got a Frisco 6-chime. Number 5, we have a Santa Fe 6-chime with a brass top. Number 6 is, again, Derek Thomas, Rail and Road Auctions. Buy it before you try it. It's a Buckeye, painted red. Remember that when you go to Rail and Road Auctions and look at it on the internets. Number 7, we got a Grand Trunk 6-chime. Number 8, we've got a Rizzoli L&N Freight reproduction. Number 9, we have the Whistle of Whistles down with us today, thanks to the Holden family. We've got a Reading 6-chime. And we still have the Big Emma whistle on the far right, so thanks to the Cincinnati Railroad Club. So Big Emma's still on there. All right, we're going to give it a round. I think we got 2 more rounds coming, folks, before they run us out of here. But that being said, Liv Smokestack's still going. Cheeseburgers are still warm. Hot dogs are delicious. R.I.P.
See, that's a good angle.
Yeah, that's what.
right, we're going to take this down. Jameson? All right, let's take it down. Jameson, let's lower the pressure here. We got the Rail and Road Buckeye.
You really need just a big old stop sign that just says stop.
Put blue flag protection out for Jameson here. Let's all thank Jameson Kahn, everybody, for coordinating the other side of things. Peaches is keeping the fire going. All right, so we got the Buckeye. All right, another intermission. Folks, the smoke is still rolling from 85 and from Liv's Smoke Shack back there. Everybody go get a cheeseburger and a hot dog while we're still going. Also want to thank our friends at Bespoke for coming out. If you haven't ordered or got one of the whistleblow tumblers, they are pretty awesome. They're also dated and numbered. Therefore, they will be out of date by next year's whistleblow.
Chad, I haven't interviewed you yet today. Well, we're going to wait for a little bit for Chad to get here. We have had a great event so far. I hope you all have had a really great time watching here. If you haven't done it yet, make sure you smash that like button. It really does help us out a lot with the YouTube algorithm. Right now, we have 70 live viewers. Let's see if we can get up to 200 likes here. We've had a lot of folks tuning in from all over the place. As you can see, it's starting to get dark here in Ravenna. It is it's that time of year again. You know, the sun's going down sooner and the days aren't as long. But we're really enjoying the evening here, and hope you are too from wherever you are viewing. Now, last year's live stream, we had a huge turnout. We had something like 20,000 views on the original live stream. So I don't know if we're going to quite get there with this year's stream, but we're really happy that you've joined us here for most of the day. We have dealt with some technical difficulties, but overall I think it's been pretty good. So right now they are swapping the whistles out, and they're going to put another round. I believe they said we have 2 more rounds of whistles to go here this evening. So if anyone has any questions here, we are more than happy to take your viewer questions. Consider supporting the channel. You can do so through PayPal, Patreon, Super Chat. And for those of you who make a contribution, you'll get early access to our next several YouTube videos. You'll get to see them before anyone else, including a video on the Eastern Kentucky subdivision of CSX, which is kind of cool. So that's the line that we're on right now. Jake Packard says, that was really cool to listen to and watch. Thanks for the live stream, Drayton. Well, thank you for tuning in. We really appreciate your viewership here. Of course, always good to see my friend William Flowers. Great to have you here. Kira Cameron asked, do these tracks connect to a main line? So just out of frame is the CSX Eastern Kentucky subdivision. The EK is 125 miles from Patio, which is Winchester, down to Hazard, Kentucky. I'm going to take my earplugs out because it's a little easier to hear. But it's a 125-mile rail line, virtually unused by CSX. So just other than storage trains, that's about the only thing that runs here on this line. So really the death of the coal industry is what has led to the decline in traffic. Nickel Plate 765 fan says, I love the Penzie Banshee whistle. Us too. Someone was saying earlier that they enjoyed hearing the Frisco 6 chime. Us too. I wanted to point out the Reading 6 chime that was featured here is a $20,000 whistle. You heard that right, $20,000. That's the price tag that the last one sold for in auction. So a very expensive piece of railroad history, but one that we certainly appreciate it. Latrell, I'm not sure why you're leaving dollar amounts there. Unless you make a super chat, that doesn't really help us out. So please consider supporting the channel instead of just typing in dollar amounts. That doesn't really help us at all. I have to put you in timeout for now. Christopher Reeves says, I wasn't able to make it, but I am glad to watch. Glad to have you here for the live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. I want to give a quick shout out to all of the sponsors of the event. Of course, Railroadiana Collectors. Thank you for supporting the event. And we wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. Of course, Country Boy Brewing, the official beer sponsor of the event. Of course, we've got the some other level sponsors as well. We'll mention those here in just a second. People's Exchange Bank here in Irvine, Ravenna. Of course, Scale Trains, my employer, and Wade's employer. Wade's off camera right now, but he's the guy running all the sound and cameras. Wouldn't be able to do that without Mr. Murdoch, so thank you. And of course, we got Caudell Construction, Rail and Road Auctions. This event seriously would be impossible without the sponsors, so we thank you all for investing in this event. As you can see, Mr. Harpole in the blue hoodie is helping getting up the next round of whistles set up, and they've got another 10 whistles, I believe, that they are fixing to set up, which is great. And here's a view of Jetto Coal number 85. They've got the headlight on now. Like we were saying, starting to get dark here, but we got the auxiliary lights here. Cincinnati Railroad Club commenting, saying, so nice to see and hear our Big Emma number 1962 whistle. Absolutely. For those of you who don't know, the 1962 was the last Big Emma locomotive, the last L&N steam locomotive to run through here and blow its whistle here in town. So very historic whistle, important to the history of this town, and to be able to hear it again from the same locomotive that last came through here, I think it was 1957 or 58. Actually, I might be wrong on that date. Do you guys know when that excursion happened? Yeah. Late 50s, to hear that same whistle again is really cool. Cincinnati Railroad Club says, many thanks to our board member Scott for hauling the heavy whistle down. William Flowers says, great to hear whistles from railroads big and small. Train Video Production says, wow, what's going on there? This is the 2023 Kentucky Steam Whistleblow. Whistles from all over the United States are being blown here using steam provided from Jetto Coal number 85. There we go. The safety valve is off, so I can finish my thought. Hard to talk when that thing goes on, but Yeah, so I just want to say thank you to everybody who's tuned in. It's always great to have a interactive audience. We have a lot of people from all over the place watching. Nickel Plated Productions says the date of the Cincinnati Railroad Club trip with 1962 was June 24, 1956. So it's been a very long time. So incredible that that whistle has been brought back to the place where it was last heard. So thank you for that clarification there, Nickel Plated Productions. For those of you who are watching, make sure you smash the like button. It really does help out with the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, hit the thumbs up button. It does help. And if you haven't subscribed yet, consider doing so. We do live streams like this on a fairly regular basis these days. And you know, being able to produce high quality content like this would be impossible without your support. So consider making a contribution by making a super chat, PayPal, Patreon, or Cash App. The links are in the video description. And for those of you who do contribute even $1, you will get early access to the latest Delay in Block videos. You'll get to see them a whole month before everybody else. We've got about 6 Ed Painter series videos in the pipeline, and of course we've got about 3 more new videos that we're producing, as well as a documentary on the history of the SS Badger, the last coal-fired steamship passenger ship on the Great Lakes, and it was also a railroad car carrier. So interesting combination of both passions, ships and trains. Atlanta Railfan Productions says, are you ever going to make an N&W aux tender in HO? The answer to that is yes. That is something that is in the works. Don't know the timeline on that, but that is definitely something that is in the works. So stay tuned for that. All right. Got a few more comments coming in here. Train Video Production says, very cool. Indeed, I agree. Very cool. As you can see there, they are setting up more whistles. They are getting close to having the rest of them put on there. We're having some technical difficulties earlier in the live stream, and appreciate you guys sticking with us through it as we've tried to make amends for those earlier issues. It is definitely fall here in Eastern Kentucky. The weather is definitely conducive of fall, so we're enjoying it a lot better than that really hot, sticky summer weather. Kira Cameron says, if the railroad connects to towns of decent sizes, it would be awesome to sell it to Amtrak. Well, I can tell you right now, Amtrak would never run down this way. I think passenger service ended what in the early 60s.
Something like that. For the branches, it was anywhere from the late 50s into the mid 60s.
Yeah, passenger service ended a long time ago. A long time ago.
Yeah, Amtrak ain't coming here. I mean, see, that's funny. Oh boy. Looks like we're having a lot of steam over there.
Carter, I have not seen the image that you sent. Very cool, though, the forklift. Justin Johnson says, hello from Fulton, Kentucky. Hello there. Jake Packard says, what do I think of the new whistle on 4501? I have not heard the new whistle on 4501. They're going to be blowing the whistles for probably until, I think, 9 o'clock, something like that? Yeah, about 9 p.m. So we've still got plenty of time left. Vernon Ferrier asks, will I be at the Scale Trains open house? You bet your bottom dollar I will be. Hope to see you there. Awesome. Monon Productions says, hi, Drayton. Hello, Monon Productions. Hope you're doing well. Well, hi. Hey there. He's off camera saying hello, too. So how about that? We are almost ready for the next round of whistles. Yeah, it's not even on that camera. Yep. All right. I know.
It's the best of both worlds.
All right, so Atlanta Railfan Productions, you mentioned the Scale Trains open house. If you're planning on going to that, make sure you register to come to it because we only have a limited space. The fire marshal will only allow us to have 250 people in the building. So make sure you sign up if you want to go because space is limited. Kind of like the daylight, limited.
All right, we're adding a little light to tonight's presentation.
It's about to get lit.
Let's do a rundown. That's exactly right, Drake.
That's right.
Some of us did that earlier. Anyways, left end, we got the B&06 chime. On the first slot, we've got a Burlington 5 chime. On slot number 2, we have the Southern 3 chime freight whistle off MS4 Mikado number 4817. On slot number 3, we have another Southern 3 chime freight whistle. On slot number 4, leaking all the steam, is an N&W Hooter whistle, brass top. Slot number 5, we've got a Llama 5 chime. Slot number 6, we've got Mason Young's POW. Slot number 7, we have another N&W Hooter belonging to Bo Brown, Travelers Rest, South Carolina. Slot number 8, the unbarked slot, we have a U.S. Army 5 chime. We left on the Reading 6 chime by popular demand, as well as the L&M Big Emma whistle. So let's get going.
Which one is the Emma?
On the far right.
Far right. Not number 9, but the one that isn't numbered.
I don't know if you knew this, but that actually came off the owner's steam train museum.
this isn't. It's a hoot, that's for sure.
going to start wrapping it down. All right, Jameson, let's drop the stave. All right, we promised the local community we'd be done by 9. I think we're going to be close. So we'll get this round swapped out. We'll have a couple of the favorites stay on. And yeah, let's go.
Those Hooters, holy cow, they're smooth.
I might. I don't have to.
This microphone here, we don't need it.
Do you need any light?
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard in the dark. I'm trying to put all this stuff away.
What happened?
No, I just see that he's talking to him now, and it's hilarious. Give this to Chris for me. He just bought that cup.
Okay.
It has a little dimple up here, a little imperfection. But what are we gonna do with it?
Yeah.
So he can have that.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave you with this.
No, I don't need it.
Oh, is it empty?
No, but I'll drink it. I'll chug it.
It's water.
Yeah.
Is it water?
It's just water.
It's 30 ounces of water. You're just gonna chug 30 ounces of water?
Yeah.
You just leave it for the rest of the night. Bring
Okay.
it back with us, and I'll give it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we got a little bit of an intermission here, as you can tell from the live stream. It'd be great if we could get to 200 likes, so if you can, smash the like button. It really does help a lot with the YouTube algorithm. So far, we got a lot of different comments coming in here. My favorite steam locomotive of all time is probably a Dreyfus Hudson, followed by a Southern Railway PS4. I think those are two of the most beautiful steam locomotives ever. All right. Latrell says, best place of trains in this world. NKP 765 fan says, I would be surprised if a video doesn't come out with someone in the mountains recording the whistles. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool to see. It occurs to me the best place to hear this event is from atop a mountain around Ravenna, catching all the echoes with some of the good audio recording gear. Yeah, you know, I'd really like to be able to do some of that, Emmett. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Thanks so much for tuning in. I was actually just on the other side of the shop and got some really nice recordings on my phone. Maybe one day. Ah, good one there, William. Good one. Let's see. We got... Yeah, the Army did, believe it or not. And there goes the safety valve. Yeah, that certainly wouldn't surprise me.
Remember that orange extension cord is mine, and there's a black one in his.
Well, we'll make sure you get everything.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying my mind. We're good.
What? I don't even know what that is. You've missed a lot. We've been live all day. I don't even see. The comments are coming in so quickly, it's hard to keep track of everything. It is 8:04 in the p.m.
What's going on, Drayton?
Oh, just streaming it up. Wow. Rachel says, my favorite steam engine is 630 because that's where me and Mr. Blackgrove had our second date. Aw. I love you, babe. Hope you're having the best day ever in Nash Vegas. Wish you were here.
Mind if I drop in on your live stream here?
Not right now. Just wait a second. I got a few more comments that I got to answer in here.
Oh, absolutely. Take your time.
Cincinnati Railroad Club says, I keep thinking about how my dad would have loved to hear CRRC's Big Emma whistle. Yeah, that would be really cool. I know your dad was involved with them for a really long time, and you know that is that's a great family tradition that you're carrying on there. So, but keep it up. All right. I'm not sure how to answer your question there, 8482. I haven't heard any such thing. You do. Well, apparently, it's the locomotive of the hour. Absolutely. Well, it looks like they're getting close to having the other whistles set up here. If you want to join for a few minutes, you're welcome to sit down.
Absolutely.
Wade might have to frame you up. I don't know where he's at. You mind trying to frame us up a little bit?
I took his microphone away.
Oh yeah, I don't have a second microphone.
Oh.
We already put it away.
Oh, no.
But you can use this. We can go back and forth. How about that?
All right.
So we'll go back and forth using just one microphone. This is a Bespoke Rail sticker, and you can buy it on their website. Well, how's it going? Introduce yourself.
So hello everybody. My name is Trent Nation, also known as L&M Productions, and I'm from the Anderson County region of Kentucky and along Norfolk Southern Track, and on the main line that goes from Danville to Kansas City, Missouri.
That's pretty cool. Kansas City, Missouri. That's a place I've always wanted to rail fan, but I've never been to. What are the typical trains that you see in your neck of the woods?
So typically what we see about 4 intermodal trains and a handful of freight trains and 2 to 4 coal trains and a few grain extras depending on what time of the year it is, and auto rack traffic heading to Louisville.
AN says, I hope you enjoyed the special drawings you received today. I certainly did. It's awesome. I love them very, very much. All right. So tell us a little bit more about your YouTube channel and what you do.
So mostly what I do is I just go out and rail fan like Norfolk Southern and either down on the Lowell district around my hometown of Lawrenceburg, or I go over to the Queen and Crescent main line, also known as Bacino and TP, and rail fan it anywhere from
All right, everybody, we're going to have one last round. This is it. One last round.
And go anywhere from Cincinnati.
So we're throwing steam to it.
Go anywhere from Cincinnati, Ohio, down to, I've been as far south as Stearns.
We'll do a quick rundown here. All right, on the far left, we continue to have the B&O 6 chime.
Time to finish it.
On number 1, we have an Illinois Central Steamboat 3 chime. Number 2, we've got a Lehigh Valley Hancock 3 chime.
Just a second.
On slot number 3, we have L&M 152's whistle from New Haven, Kentucky Railway Museum. Slot number 4, we've got a New York Central 6 chime, likely from a Niagara based on the shape of the lever.
Oh.
On slot number 4, we've got the Crosby 3 chime from a Southern Whistle. Slot number 6, we've got another Rail and Road. Sound it before you buy it. Slot number 7, we got a 6-inch Crosby. Slot number 8, we have a Pennsylvania Railroad 3 chime belonging to Jameson Kahn, our good volunteer that was here today. We've kept slot number 9 with the Reading 6 chime, and the slot on the far right is the Big Emma whistle. And again, this is going to be our last manifold for the night, and we appreciate everybody coming out, but let's get going for a few minutes.
All right, if you want to finish what you were saying real quick.
Yeah. So I intend to at some point go southwards from Stearns and check out the area going.
We'll have to do it another time. Thank you.
right, we're going to go 10 more minutes. All right, we got. All right, Tim, we're going to go about, well, less than 10 minutes here. We're going to shut down with the small whistles only. All right. We're going to wrap it up. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for the night. We're going to throw a few small whistles on. We appreciate everyone coming out. We appreciate all of our sponsors tonight, the Railroadiana Collectors Association, People's Exchange Bank, Codell Construction, Rail and Road Auctions, Scale Trains, our good friends at Country Boy, that was delicious, Bo and Brenda Brown, my wonderful wife and son, and Sulis Auctions. So we appreciate everybody's participation tonight. Might have a couple small whistles coming up, but again, appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Thank you all for a safe time, enjoyable time, and hopefully we'll see you next year. All right, and then I just got word that the Smoke Shack still has food, folks. They are still open. Kentucky is getting pounded by Georgia, so go drown your sorrows in some delicious cheeseburgers, beer cheese, hot dogs, and all points in between as we start tearing this party down.